August of 2018.
Running full system diagnostics. Machine status fully operational.
Alright.
System online. All stations are now enabled. Target dog resistance. Operation overkill.
Much better. Could easily do that with detonation. Oh, yeah. No, I don't have the right. How do I not have the right? Okay. Nothing on there. Don't even have it yet. Does she stock 146 yet? Hope so. She does. Well. Not. Back then. Make it a lot easier. Mhm.
You will sleep a long
Is all this caption the wrong audio? Hold on. No, that's the right one. So then why is it? Oh, they're like spirit animals. Not bad. So it's the real animal and then the spirit bird. Ooh, 54 uncut dragonstone. That was nice. What does the divination not able to do? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Shush. Shush. You look me in the eyes while doing it. Okay, so what are your qualities? Why should we hire you? Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. You're the whole package. Okay. You got the job.
Come on.
That's why I wear glasses, because I look smarter. Smart. Stupid.
Where's Joanna?
Am I supposed to know the punchline? Because I don't.
Joanna licking my ass! Ah!
I mean, you cheated. You cheated on the clause.
It's all in the hips.
It is. It's all in the
hips.
Can you show me how to swing? Can you show me how to
all
swing?
in the hips.
Yeah.
Got it!
That's fine. People just jump through.
Thank you for the follow. How you doing? Hey.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, come in.
Oh, hey, sexy.
Hey, Mom, there's this weird fucking cat outside. It's looking at Grandpa. It's okay, Grandpa. It's okay. Is that even a cat? Blink, motherfucker. Blink, motherfucker.
He cannot even climb.
I can't. I'm too dumb to. Oh, I did it.
Lucky you. You made it.
No, don't do it. Ah, fuck. Fucking bitch. You know how much time it took me to get up there? It's fucking Fortnite dancing on front of me. Alright, that's it, I'm done.
I see. Sorry, I'm having this bug on my end where, oh, no, chat just saw the moon. Fuck. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. I swear to God.
My brain's broken.
So you just need to be hit more until it's fixed. Got it.
Okay, continue the hitting. That's right. You're gonna fix your brain. Yeah, that's right. No more smooth anymore. You're gonna be all wrinkled up and you're gonna get smart and you get good at school.
I'm coming. I'll make us smart. Alright, that's my cue to leave.
Do you see that? When you are another perspective, it looks better.
Right.
I don't see anything.
Fuck you all.
Is it steam time?
Dude, my fucking thumb is skinnier than that thumb.
2, 3, go! Speed! That's so dumbass. That's not right!
That's the cool penguin
Dance, you dumbass!
My hip. There's nothing wrong with my hip. I don't know why you would think that.
Are you okay? What is this shit?
I want to record a message for you
Who did that?
to help you get settled in on your first
Look your message.
FNAF. It's
before
FNAF.
you. I'm finishing up my last week.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
You should write down your thoughts and feelings on this. Like,
I
that's
felt
actually
about it for a while.
This is like really important data for sociologists. Like, I wanted to pull some in here, honestly, like into VR and be like, you need to start studying what's going on here because this is the transition to post-human existence.
Alex, I want you to bring like a bunch of sophisticated professors into this game, and you take them to a black tie, and 3 Ugandan knuckles just come up and they say, "Do you know the way?"
There's lots of kids screaming in the brush avatar.
Try to convince them that this is important for humanity in some capacity.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
That's a good fight. That's a good.
Because you have to be wholesome when you're a parent. You just have to. So on VR chat, that's the only time I don't have to be wholesome.
In case of doubts, blame video games. Video games.
Genshin Impact, man.
Yeah, Genshin Impact is the blame. Mihoyo, we've called you out. You're the reason why kids are violent and lewd.
Damn.
We're talking about the wrong razor, man.
What? No, my problem talking about being.
Where that? Why is there only one?
You're hot. That fucking face.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This person has been on VR chat for too long
Fuck.
and needs to log
Second one.
off and go touch some grass.
No, there's grass right here. I just touched this. It's fine. What do you mean?
This person has been on VR chat for too long and needs to log off and go touch some grass.
I mean, well, I mean, I can also do that. I mean, it's just
Oh, you cut me off. I'm sad.
Oh, you want RuneScape? I got you.
No, it's too late now. It's too.
I am on the new water.
riding round in Aruba.
They said we're both nice, don't worry.
Got airstrike, dude. I gotta finish off the mute, dude.
Oh.
That never worked.
Subscribe or I'll cry. Fuck you.
So can we
Subscribe
celebrate
and
that
get more
closet with
content.
5 gifted subs?
Yeah, can we get a fiver?
Oh my god, I look like a fucking demon.
Yeah.
It's
Go ahead,
time
force
to
them
hide
this.
me, right?
Communicating with the bomb telepathically. That's some funny shit, goddamn.
They're soft, but then they're a beautiful woman in the mouth.
I've seen similar
Hmm?
like one is like in the mirror, like there's a like badass Master Chief. When you look at the one who's making the reflection, it's just a weird like, abomination.
But I like the stuff.
Oh my god.
I did it. I'm just out here.
Silence!
Don't bring my head to the wrong spot.
I got that reference.
Aww. You get so scared that your hair blows off. What? Oh. What the hi. Hey. Oh, that's not healthy. You should. No, please don't come to my bed. No. Oh my god, I don't like it. Oh my god. That was very uncomfortable. I did not like that though.
It's even worse when you know that he's going to make it.
Ooh, master, let me lick your face. I'm not even drinking. Yeah, men's like nice. Oh, even nicer. Pause down? No?
Put goggles on.
Sweaty.
It's sad because I know where that sound is from.
What's the first evolution of Rhyhorn?
Right on.
Yeah, right on this dick.
Oh. Mako, Actor Stream, we're live right now. We need to wait until later, okay? Eat asshole. Someone in the chat just commanded me to eat asshole. Now why in the heck would I do that? Like a disembodied one? Like something like a harvested butthole that has been prepared on a plate with like a little sprig of parsley? Maybe a little drizzle of sauce?
Wait. What's going on?
That's true. Alcohol and we can have I don't have a source of cooking. Everyone, thank you so fucking much from the bottom of my penis.
Hey guys.
Damn, I wonder what her flaw is.
My flaws? That's easy. I have none. I'm a god. I literally am perfect. So, I guess I don't need to answer.
That was a real fucking Chad.
Oh, wow.
That confidence.
Flaws? Just don't have them. It's that simple. Next. Today I want Iron Mouse in my house. Or today I want baby.
Just know that whatever happens between your minions and myself, I'll always love you, darling. I love it when you ironically talk like a dumb broad. It fills me with the desire to plug you shut. Heart, do you know my favorite part about brats are? It's putting them in their place. Specifically, on their papa's sweaty nuts. I'll be in your chat next stream, darling. Feel better, okay? Drink water. Take a brisk walk with your back arched and wash your face with cold water to get yourself up and going. Until next time, my little raisin. Why is this in my business email?
My grandma's out right now at a friend's house in the neighborhood, so... If you're thinking of something naughty right now, raise your hand. She raised her hand!
Oh my god, I love this girl. Oh my god, I love this girl. No, I'm just fucking around, guys.
Well, fine then. Let's just go to Junes.
No! No, we fucked up! You didn't embrace you're in a horny, you fuckwit!
Wait, it's just my clip. Why is it not safe for work?
because I'm underneath stuff right now, I can be the bidet, okay?
Consider I have a piece of artwork that is exactly of that. So we could. It has happened before. Holy shit! Can you work the dream work? That's what we're talking about.
Alright.
For your business, you could fry the phoenixes with the air fryer.
I mean, that's what we're already doing. We can't have fried phoenix.
But you have an industrial-sized air fryer?
Yes, of course we do. I mean, we're a worldwide leading, dominating fast food business. We need it industrial sized.
So advanced.
Do you know how?
Why would you?
Someone please heal me.
You heal your fucking self, bitch. You're the heel slut in the group. God damn. Here you go, please.
Okay. I'm turning.
This is weird.
Okay. I'm turning the whole way. There.
But that's another topic. Children cock honey stream.
I got it. I hope I didn't miss one. No, I missed you.
Bye, reveal. Oh my gosh, I feel kind of shy. I feel kind of shy up here. Guys. I'm nervous.
What I find around here. Checked your inbox lately? I haven't. No. Well, I haven't checked it like on my stream. Should I check it? No way! What? Oh my god, thank you so much! Oh my god! Oh my god, thank you so much! Thank you so much! Oh my god, we're partner, guys! We're partnered!
Uh-oh. No, I trapped myself! I trapped myself! No!
You think I'm gonna be flat? I've never been flat. What the fuck? Oh, you mean because I'm 2D? I'm so fucking stupid! I'm so fucking stupid!
Look at my beans.
Okay.
Look at them.
Oh god, you broke his legs! He can't stand anymore.
Help me. I'm in a weird position. What do I do?
Oh.
Let me join.
I'll tell you what's gonna happen next. Just stay right there, Pinky Ball. You're right where you should be.
Hey, no, don't do it. No. Stop it.
Debro seems to be stuck. Who if not for Nena? Oh god, okay. I don't wanna be banned! Stop!
Now
watching me, I will not break. I will not tell you where the body is, because I'm innocent. That's horrible.
No, we don't care where the body is. We just want to see your body.
Okay. Are you gonna let me out now?
Yeah, in about 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine, guys.
So, righto. So, hit start.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, now you've hit start, correct?
Yeah.
Now turn around and find the key. Smiley, how about we go to the grown-ups club, to the fun club? Let's go. Yeah, let's just go in there. Let's go to the grown-ups club.
I'll catch up with y'all in a bit. I'll get this. I'll get there in a while. What the fuck are these keys?
Just kiss my cheek.
I may have.
Kiss your cheek. Give it a kiss.
Oh god. You know, I spent the entire month club being nice to you. I'm gonna go back to calling you a if that's alright. Yeah.
I don't think you don't.
Well, if you stop dressing like one, I'll stop calling you one.
It's Pride Month now.
It's Pride Month. It doesn't mean you're allowed to dress like a Eddie. That's an excuse and a half. I'm gay, therefore I'm gonna get naked. Nope. No.
You walk away. Yeah, you walk away. Yeah. Imagine not. This is the easiest way I've had in years. I know.
What can we say? You're good company, very pleasant to be around. Is it because we talk about cum?
Too easy.
The only single way I'll go home with you today. If you're desperate for her, but sick and tired. This little soul of mine is 999. Ollie, what the fuck are you doing? I'm torn, old and pale, and I am for sale. You know what? That'll do. Jesus, I just got jump scared.
Green. I like green.
That messes up my interface, really.
Oh yeah, I'm a monster, not you. I'm a monster.
Whoa. Hello, miss. Wait, ready? What? Hello.
Whoa, what's going on?
I'm waving.
Oh, I see. What the fuck?
It's me waving. Look at me wave.
How are you doing? What the fuck is this?
Hey, how are you? I'm gonna call Wayne.
No. What music are you into? I like this. It's very grown up. Like
fuck? Wait, I'm black! Oh, that sounded
Yes, you're black.
Why does it have double? Oh my god, it looks like an actual butt. Whoa, dear God, whose moon is that? Oh my... That's not a moon, that's a booty. Alright, who's the dastardly VR chat streamer that put this on here?
That's illegal. Cats are afraid of water.
I'm not a cat! Just because I have... Cats have one tail, okay? I have two tails, and I know the ears are confusing, but I'm not a cat. Trust me, if I'd been a cat, I'd be licking my own crotch right now. I mean, wouldn't you?
Not Ollie.
This reunion content, come on, it always make big bugs on TV.
Oh my goodness, I am baking holes. I guess I should cry.
Yes, cry. Cry for the views. Do it.
Here we go.
Give him a hug, Gryffindor. They always hugging each
Let me wipe your hands.
I feel like what you see, real life. Every Tuesday, please like and subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment. Additional content like this. Oh my god. Okay, stop. God, I don't know. Please don't click that.
How fucking tall am I now?
I'm shrunken down. I'm shrunken down right now.
Good. Because I'm supposed to be 4 feet tall. That's how they like it.
If that's how they like it, I might be calling the police.
Ah, don't worry. I'm 1,000 years old.
What? What? What is this?
Are you joking?
It's part of the world?
Ollie, I swear to fucking God, in a briefcase of a bridge.
You wanna buy some death sticks?
You don't want to sell me death sticks.
I don't want to sell you death sticks.
You want to go home and rethink your life.
I want to go home and rethink my life.
Beautiful. This is bullshit.
If I go to hell and this is what it's like, I'm just...
Wait.
Just gotta jump.
Oh, my game's crashing, that's all. I thought I did it, but instead my game started crashing. Why? I'm in, lads. 329 keys tried.
Not too bad.
Did you try the same key multiple times?
Yes.
Mine's 34.
Oh, anything and everything, all of the time. Could I interest you in everything, all of the time? A little bit of everything, all of the time. Peace and tragedy and boredom is a crime. Anything and everything, all of the time.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna. You guys keep riding each other. I'm gonna try to find my cable for charging this. Dun dun.
Mouse! Turn into the creepy! The creepy. Oh, look, are we both? We're both riding her plate! No, bad horse! Bad horse! Get on the bad horse!
Oh, she's being a horse. She's being a horse. She's being a horse. She's being a horse. No, they're not doing things. They weren't. No, that wasn't meant.
Oh my god, Lost Boy. Absolutely beautiful.
Yo, mirror time. Who's that sexy man there? It's in. Oh, that's a wall.
Is that dumb man? It's fine.
Ow, my pinky. Is my wall okay? That was a pretty hard hit.
That's jail,
No!
Taking me to jail? What is this, man? That's jail! My species, my uncle's in there. My father was in there. He said he was gonna go get some bananas out of the supermarket. He never came back. And now he's dead.
Are there even supermarkets in zoos?
Yes, they're called the Woods. The Woods are supermarket for all kind of foods.
That's how you know your cake is good, baby. This is possibly the greatest invention I have ever seen in my life.
I found a torch. Okay, you pick the torch up. I need a flashlight. Okay, where did my flashlight go?
Oh. Here, you want mine? What do you mean? Here, hold it. Here. There you go.
She dropped the kids off at the pool.
It's
No, it's Otter.
The smallest thing on the planet here is your microphone here. Exactly. What do you think about the world now that you're entirely small?
I'm baby.
Haven't had anything.
All right, cool. That's great.
Dab. Now do. That's cause my ping is. Whoa! My thing. If I can take a picture. Actually, wait. Look at my ping.
How's it that high?
Wait, it's going down a little bit.
I'm not wearing it at all. Never. You never see me wear pink. Oh. What is life? How did I become cursed? Who is this Who is it? Is Ollie actually a samurai?
Why do you sound like a microwave? What's that noise? Oh, it's your nipples. Your nipples are vibrating. Ah, I can hear it. It's like a version of purring.
It's at 400%.
Yes, I now have red and blue purples. Purples? Pupils? No, not pupils. Red and blue eyes. I don't know what they are. No, they're not pupils. I don't know what they are.
Hey, sweetie.
Eyeballs?
It's just you and I in this very dark attic. So, do you wanna, get down with the business? Just you and I, and of course Dan DeVito.
I think you made it! Whisper them. What's that?
We'll leave
I'm gonna stay on
you two guys together.
Can I go in?
You may not eat Taco Bell in peace.
Yes, he's resident desktop right now. She can't hold it. A Reno card. You're cute. No much of a punch, more of a headbutt.
Punch you in the face! Perish!
Adorable.
Huh?
See, I need to reread this. Paper alone at the park bench at night. Be careful. I'm careful. I'm a trusty flashlight. Flashlight! Not You didn't hear that. Okay, you didn't even hear that.
Have fun getting killed by the monster back here.
Okay.
Oh wait, can I hide in this thing?
Okay, bye.
Surprise,
motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Making a smart way of making people laugh by making yourself as a joke. I mean, yeah, I can see the. It'll work. Everyone, say hello to Draconius Fire.
Yeah. Oh my god! Right now, sorry.
Hold on, stand right there for a second. Stand right there for a second. Say cheese.
What?
Thank you.
I would love to. Rest in peace, whatever fucking thing we had left. Fucking. I forgot the word. Oh well. Yep.
Hey, the jury decided that we weren't allowed to win this suit anymore. Oh no! Nothing, but that's why I got my girlfriends. Cause what are girlfriends for other than to tell you when your nips are filled with acid? Am I right? Was my hair poking out? And I didn't get to see it. I'm sorry if you're
Such.
Wait, I just checked. You have a tail? Not on this model. Not on this one. This one doesn't have it yet, but I will put it. I don't know why I did that. Just no, it's not like that. No, it's a tail. It's just this one don't have it. Why?
Shut up, Mate. Oh my god, this is so high. I can't hold it.
Ebola, come here for a second. Come here.
Ollie, can you touch me in my right place?
Do you see what I'm holding? Is it like... Oh, okay, so it's not... Okay, you can't see it.
Reproductive organs. But they feel...
Oh my god! This is such a cute model. I love it. Wait, say something. How's this? Oh no! You're gonna get your like kimono dress thing or what? That's so freaking cute! I wanna I wanna squeeze you. You're so cute.
Oh, I have all my fingers. The knife goes chop, chop, chop.
That's okay.
Just a fish. Sticky.
Just for the scratch.
Slice to meet you.
I don't...
What
happens when your dog accidentally stabs himself in the hand? He's a bloodhound.
Yo, did you order the jumbo shrimp on airlines? Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a nice day, sir. Another satisfied customer.
I got the back seat.
The lolly's
Oh, wait, we're actually moving. I
can't see.
Yeah, honey, you're the worst.
I need a ride to the proof truck.
Shut up. What's like different people here? Like old ass models. What the f are you doing? No. I'm not that kind of person. Don't. Why? You're smart. Fuck weird. How about you? You're not filtered. You're not filtered.
I'm not the only person who can do the funny sneezing face. Oh, I can't either. That's probably for the best. Easy. That's so cute. Oh.
Oh no, I got this.
Ow. Ow. Car girls? Do you know any car girls? Wait, car girls? What?
Car girls.
Yeah, any
car girls we know?
Okay.
I mean, I can be a car girl if you want me to. I'm very good at riding.
Doesn't she usually do that? She's pleasuring herself with the fish.
What?
This is why you don't get the whip, boys. This is why you don't get the whip, because you'd enjoy it. It's not meant to be good. It's meant to be bad. Okay. I guess we could use it to teach you good from bad, and when you're good boys, you get whipped. Don't question. It's fine.
Tanky, come here.
Okay. Hello. What's up?
I don't know. I was gonna shoot you, but then I felt bad.
Oh.
You have trust in me. I can't just take that away. I can't.
Look at her. Who? Where? Huh? Oh shit. I'm gonna touch the butt. I'm gonna touch the butt. I need to know my volume.
Damn.
I wasn't expecting it to be so fucking loud. Okay.
Wasn't that loud?
Hey guys, me too. Oh, yeah, placenta, am I right? Oh, yeah, alright, I'm gonna go this way now.
Yeah.
Song copyright.
See me. Excuse my friend. Okay. Ollie. Trolley falls in the kitchen.
I got that pizza.
Is that like a British nursery? Tits in the trolley? Oh my god.
You like sharks? Hi.
I like sharks. Baby sharks are my favorite.
You want some sushi?
I want... What?
Yeah, sushi.
Okay, I'm happy now. Okay, I'm ready.
I believe I can fly. Man, I can't move. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Hi.
Johan's just like, how you doing?
I keep a score.
Johan, you killed one of their family.
Hello. That's just the ghosts of the people you drove over.
I got a Harmony Tail.
He's on the loose.
Escape.
Escape, where's that? Oh man. Well, I mean, I guess justice has been carried out.
Oh, I have all my fingers. The knife goes chop, chop, chop. If I miss the spaces in between, my fingers will come off.
Oh, god damn.
Leave it in. Don't take it out. Leave it in. Yeah. Call 911. We don't want you bleeding out from your hand. Just leave it in. Get it taken out proper. You mean it's 999. 999.
Well, then if I have to use my VH, I'm not gonna start again.
Hi.
It's been a while. I've been.
See you, everybody. Okay.
What was wrong? Whoa. No. What's up?
It's hard. It's head patting bird is hard. There you go. Thank you. Oh, never mind. I'm floating. Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. That happens.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Silver has one.
Zen has one.
Yeah, oh my god, let's make it a hangout party! No! Let's all have a teeth brushing party. We're all gonna brush each other's teeth. Make sure you stick your tongue out nice and... Oh god.
Wholesome shit.
It's always the VTubers.
Felt like, could you like feel the squishy tongue on his feet and like, did you like touch the weird whale teeth? I want to be inside of a whale.
I feel like we're getting dangerously close to hentai.
I want to be a krill.
scoop up krill. So you want to get f***ed by a whale?
What? No! I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about the sacred acts of being eaten alive.
I'm gonna be playing a song.
Where's my guitar?
My mental state. Okay, this will be done in C minor.
It's a work of art.
And that is my mental state.
Here's my song.
Ah, the sound of silence.
Oh wait. Oh, I do have it. Okay.
You do a high ara ara. Ara ara. I think like the Japanese version. Oh! I think like in Japanese it's like or something like that. You know when they do all breathy and stuff. Something like that.
I can't do the lower one very well. It just sounds like no. Wait.
The science of the aura.
Okay.
Ow.
This calls for a celebration.
Blah 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 blah.
And
Did you just try saying go in my asshole?
that wasn't meant for you. No, common misconception. I'm sorry. I accidentally hit you, but it wasn't meant for you. I'm sorry.
Okay, we figured out how to draw. And there's like color pickles. There's color pickles. I was like, whoa, what the hello? Why did I just grab the whole ass fucking color spectrum? What the fuck? Get that shit out of here. No Pride Month for you, bitch. I thought that's how we picked colors, but I guess I just picked up the whole ass fucking color wheel and put it on my head. No, please.
My hand, you kept moving around because of the colliders. The hands would have been on the boob, and I didn't want that. And you was about to move around, and I was like, "Fuck, stop it!"
I'm not complaining.
What?
Okay, stop. Cat, speak to the stream. Say hi. That's not my cat.
I have gone to the store and have seen a kid just in the crisps aisle, just going up to the Pringles and just going. and then putting them back. I legitimately walked by them and just said, "You're adopted," and they just carried on walking. And they just looked at me. They looked at me and then looked at their parents and just started crying.
Good, they deserve it.
Oh, wait, I gotta do like a underhand. Ugh.
I did not hit her. I did not. It's, I did not.
My finger. Where's the juice?
Stop floating in midair.
Yeah. Oh no, don't do this.
Oh shit!
Did you scare Envy again?
Moose.
Whoa.
Mama.
I'm so confused with actually.
Sounds like your ass was shot.
Can you do it again?
Zodiac.
You're really good at church.
Thank you.
Are you?
I'm a milk bender.
Church is lit.
Epic gamer move. Thank you, I am gay.
Wait, so what is the anal cord for? The
Look at this typical three-prong cable.
The third prong, what is that?
Both of these prongs on top are exactly the same size, and it's not polarized. But this plug has a little bit of a secret, and that's this ground prong on the bottom. Even though the two prongs on top are identical, you can only plug this in one direction. You
Because right in the mouth.
upside down.
Take a picture with waifu.
That's always bad. That's my goose wife.
You! I was taking a picture! Why did you take my wife? How dare you? No, that's my wife!
My wife.
I married her like
Nah,
4 months ago. Now back off!
No, don't touch.
We know what happened last time.
It don't go down.
No, it don't.
Oh! Go down.
The wheeze, holy shit.
Hey Google, what's my name? Oh wait, no, shut the f*** up. You might tell me my real name. No, stop. Never mind.
Shit. Oh, you almost gave out your real name. Oh my god, you almost gave out your real name on stream. You would have been so screwed.
It's a very Oh god! That's too intense.
Oh my god! Oh god!
Hello, Clarice.
Please don't take my skin.
They look normal.
Hey.
You're so dumb, Tony. I'll burp.
You call me dumb one more time, I'm gonna smash your head in.
You're so dumb.
That's it, you're my cereal bulk and you're
Kind of.
You're a shark now! Wait, you call it shark? Like you have jaundice. You don't see the shark? Did you not see the giant shark?
You're so cute.
Wait.
You're so cute. You look like you jumped.
That's so scary. Shark does.
That's something I've never heard before. I've never from?
Are we gonna do an ooh off too before we go? An ooh off?
Ooh.
Oh well. Okay, we need to get out of here. We need to get out. Thank you so much, Jasper. Oh God. Goodbye. It's raining.
They're not even the same length. They're both the same sword, but they're not the same length. What the hell?
You want fucking cute? I'll give you cute.
I fucked up.
I'll give you cute. Oh, you seem trapped, Daka. It would be a shame.
No, I don't.
It would be a shame. Oh god, I can't control it either.
It would be a shame, wouldn't it?
It would be a shame, wouldn't it, if some sort of slimy, tentacly beast such as myself were to take advantage of the situation.
God damn, I can't. I can't change it. I got it.
You can run. You can run. Let your virtual reality senses dig in. Don't. Oh no.
I just love that the armor just comes off.
Oh my god, my cat is so cute. I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah, I just have so many problems as is. What's a private avatar? Oh, what, mine? Yeah. Yeah, it's like really different having to together. Make who pretty? Whoa, what the hell?
Run! We got it, boys! We got it! Let's go! I get a picture of Akan Ravi's butt!
You can leave now. I did not expect to be a kid.
Doesn't mean welcome back. Look, doesn't mean welcome back. Doesn't mean welcome forward.
Are you actually using your legs? Oh my god! Like me! Look! I can do the same thing!
Yeah.
That's awesome!
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go high five!
Yeah.
Bam! Let's go!
It's like you're like the memes where it's like, hold up. Wait, the brake doesn't work. The brake doesn't work. The brake doesn't work. Oh.
It's not even moving.
Oh, what the?
With association, can't speak, with the British. How do you believe?
I don't even know any British people.
Are you racist? Me and Gigi British, you racist.
Are you aware of Candice? No, what's that? Oh, legit, what the f is Candice? Candice not shooting your mouth? Oh my god, stop! I am into this cute lolly Neko girl, right? And have you seen how I'm acting up? I'm like, I feel softer like this, girlier. Even though I'm a big hoodie, oversized lover, and I do wear them in real life, I don't have any pants. This is making me uncomfortable. I feel like my balls are dangling in real life. Oh yeah, they are. My barks are too big. I didn't say anything.
So I just need to stab Pyro, right?
No. Why would you stab me? Why would you stab me with a bullet? Don't do it. Please, I have a wife and family. Keep on that. I'm alive.
Are you guys related by any chance? You guys are really similar. Siblings, aunt, mom, mommy?
Also vor 6 Wochen, 12 Motoren.
But you have big booba.
Ding. Ding.
Thick thighs are my demise, but a soft boyfriend makes it twice as. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Thick thighs are my demise, but a soft boyfriend makes it twice as nice. Yo! God, boy. That's really good, guys. What the fuck?
Yes.
Whoa.
You can actually attach that one, by the way.
Damn, but you look like this?
How did you know?
I just wanted to say happy birthday, okay? Son, don't have to make things weird. Come on, please. Oh my god, she's hugging me. She's hugging me. Holy shit. Oh, she's hugging me. Oh my god.
It's Tungsten Cat.
I can't breathe.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just punched my computer.
Oh my god, you can punch it anytime.
Honk, 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 honk.
Stop sexually assaulting whoever that is.
Avatar. It's Angel. What?
Oh my god.
Your avatar farts? You're kidding. She's kidding. Wait, what? Wait. I hate that so much, dude. I hate that. What the
Look naked if you had it, like, with the shorts on. Now you look naked. Like, Ew, don't do that.
Oh my god! How? How the fuck? Koji! Koji! Somebody help! Help me! Oh my god, that's
Some weird ass ASMR.
I'm so kind of freaking out! Oh my god! How are you stream watching? Are you you stream streaming piece of shit? Oh my god, I love you, dude.
I don't even know what the hell's going on.
Gingy, what do you think?
What am I associating them with? What am I even doing? Gingy, help me.
Do you have like $1,000?
Yeah, I can give you $1,000.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
What is this?
It is called a camera. Don't look. It is called a camera, my friend.
Can I have it?
No.
What is with you f***ers and blood and gold?
That's what I want to know.
Like, every single time it's dark magic. Have you never heard of fire magic? How about love magic? How about happy magic? How about f***ing magic?
The other side of this argument,
We do need money.
but money, but I think also the health.
If I may, I don't think we are hurting that much for gold that we would need to sacrifice the well-being of the citizens.
No, definitely not. Because there's always going to be a solution at some point. And right now we're looking pretty decent.
What about just the homeless population?
You have technical issues, because I can help.
I mean, I always do, but not right now, to be honest.
Shut up. Anyway, so what type of technical issue do you have?
My thing is not working.
Shut up.
Okay.
So tell me, what type of issue you have?
My thing is not working.
Shut the f*** up. Now listen closely. What I'm wondering is, what type of technical issue you have?
Well, I'm trying to say my thing is not working.
Oh my god. Shut the f*** up. Okay, listen close, Alec. I'm trying to tell you what type of technical issue you have.
My thing isn't working. I'm trying to...
Oh, what thing?
You know how there's the...
Shut up. Let me tell you something crazy, bro. What I just heard from my mom last night.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, go cry to mom, you little bitch. Yeah.
Okay, legit. So what's going on with your technology? What happened and what do you need help with?
Well, basically, I'm trying to...
Shut up.
Oh, but...
I don't know what's happening, but
Where the fuck are they? Maybe they're over here? What the fuck?
oh, they're back.
I can't. I'm not gonna be able to get the test if you don't, just like let me do this. Cause I was not expecting this. I was not expecting to get my mouth fucking like. I can't. I have like really bad gag reflex. Okay. So I go okay, and so afterwards she's like, okay, part 1 complete, and I go, bitch, what? And she flips around the swab, and then she puts it on my nose, my nussy. Okay, she fucks my nussy, both of them. She fucks both nussies. She fucking like all the way and she's like fuck.
Sure, what?
And I started like coming everywhere. And I was like, and I was like, my nussy, and then she's like looking at me like, what the fuck? No, but
Poor sec. Yeah.
And the cat is down.
Oh, what the? No!
Hey, I'm new to this stream, and people say to me that I should ask where's the moon. So where's the moon? It's right over there. It's way right over there. Way there. Can you not see it? Way there.
pure hentai. Pure hentai. I am pure hentai. Alala pero pero.
You guys want to see my nature impression?
Oh fuck! I can't hold it.
Wait, I got this.
With being nature?
No, it's behind your back. There you go. Wee! Does your avatar represent you? Because obviously when you're mute, you can be, you know, quirky, you can use gestures, you know, I can turn mine on, you know, do these things, and, you know, I can do all these expressions, but how does your avatar represent you, you know?
Box massage is hot, especially with big bits.
Okay. I mean, shit. I mean, alright.
Self-proclaimed #1 e-girl for a reason, okay? Look, listen. If you think you can ERP with somebody better, then you let me know.
Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so, oh my goodness. Hello. You know, I think tomatoes are usually gross, but you're an exception because you're so fucking cute. You're so precious. Holy fuck. I'm gonna squish you. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Can I like shove my camera in your eyes just so I could show people that? Sorry, I just wanted to ask because the detail, the little sprout of the tomato in the eyes is so cute. I love that.
Yoga or sleeping? I guess it's sleeping.
Right.
Some RP with other groups sometimes, and just throw you guys how to use all my opportunities.
Fuck.
Let's see.
Oh, wait. What is this? What? Raiden.
What?
Raiden. What is
Oh,
this?
what the fuck? Where'd you get that from?
I don't know who's in here. What the
fuck? Wait, what? Have a photo. Wait.
None of them are that one you're talking
I have got it on my side.
I can do that. Hold on. I can hit high notes. I'm pretty good at that, right? Yo, Gabbard, hit your highest notes right now. Highest note you can hit. Sustained.
Sustained?
Yes. Just for like a couple seconds.
I don't know.
Holy shit.
I don't know, that's about as high as it goes.
God damn, you can do it high. My turn. Alright, ready? Here we go. Get ready, I'm about to make you deaf.
Actually, really good.
Impressive.
Am I in the right bathroom? You're a woman.
You're in the woman's changing room.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, turn around. Let me see.
Don't jump chat.
I wanna. Chat's not looking. Turn around. I wanna see it. Oh my god, that's some. You brought cake for the birthday party. Yay!
Hey guys, you guys want to watch my porno tape today? If you, too fucking bad. It's burning down now. It's gone. My homemade porn is all gone.
If I'm in the house and just, chilling, maybe cooking some food, about to burn the whole place down, and then someone comes back, is behind me and gives me a neck kiss, and I see who it is, and it's my boyfriend or girlfriend or whoever it is, and I'd be like, the counter is clear. What's up? What you want to do? I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry.
It's a nice pair you got there, Mimi. Oh, it's an apple. Sorry.
Wait. Or listen to, or hang out to always when I'm.
I do it is okay. Your smells are cute. It's okay.
Oh, the feels.
I think I might hit my table there. Oh my gosh.
What is true and what is false?
If I die, I love femboys.
I'm sorry, your face looks funny. You want me to send me your cum? My what?
What? Excuse me.
Fetus.
My name's Johnny Knoxville. Welcome to Jackass.
Hey, you come back here. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, it's the same baby as well. It's literally the same baby.
He actually got scared. That's surprising.
Oh my god! That looks like that hurts!
Horny crucifixion or some shit.
Execute orders. 69. There you go. Click that. Now I can kill myself.
Oh god, pain, oh god.
god. What's happening?
What did you do? You broke your spine.
Right.
You need a doctor.
This is of the side effects.
My stomach? Like this? What the what the what is that? What? Oh my gosh. Your booba would hurt though, exactly.
Glove, stop moving. Your legs aren't functioning the way they're supposed to function. You're walking through your legs and your entire spine is sideways.
This is fine.
Woman,
this is
look like a
fine.
pretzel.
This is fine. This is fine.
You look like a damn pretzel. How's
Dun,
this
dun,
fine?
dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun.
Oh, got it. Oh no, it's Creepy Clown Man! No, please! Huh? Okay. I just started my stream!
Veronica, all I just want is a Spider-Man kiss. Yes! Yes, my love, kiss me like you mean it. How does this work? Like, yeah.
Use your thighs to kiss them.
Oh, that's quite refined. You're gonna kiss me too? Oh. I don't mind this either. This is different. These are different lips.
Goodbye. Whoa. Whoa.
Hey YouTube. It's been a while I don't upload videos in here. Nothing really bad happened. It's just I lost motivation of creating VRChat content because a few things happened in the community. I don't think it's something personal with the community. It's just a lack of communication probably. But first, I want to tell you how I started this channel on the purpose of it. I knew about VRChat about 4 years ago. I was watching YouTube randomly. I watched a video about VRChat on YouTube. I sold that video game where it was really good. At that time my social problems were huge. So I saw the VR chat were a good game for me, because I could meet new people easily. So I started playing desktop VRChat. At the same time I searched VRChat content on YouTube on Twitch. I found a lot of streamers. I was really active on all the chats. Then I started collecting clips of the streamers I love. And I edited some videos because I thought holding all the clips together was funny. Some days after, I started uploading those videos, and the people really love them. I continue watching the streamers and editing the videos daily. At some points the channel started to be so popular. It was growing really fast, and more people started to go live on Twitch. My channel somehow become a community channel. Everyone were sending clips. A lot of people got so many followers thanks to this. I was pretty happy. Community were growing really fast. This happened because the effort of all the streamers in the community. And also because I was promoting everyone and having all the fun doing all the videos. And here comes the problem. The community used to have fun playing VRChat and streaming it. It used to be a big family. But when the money entered the game, everything gets destroyed. A lot of people joined the community because they only wanted money. The community slowly became more and more selfish. Ego everywhere. Those who started to stream really late in the community, they didn't know who I am. They thought I was just stealing all the content without permission, just begging for money. That is not true. My close friends know how am I. They know all the effort I put into this. They know I got monetization denied for almost 2 years. And when I got it I only had it for a few months. Some people started to say really bad things about me. But nobody ever tried to talk with me. Everyone started to think I was a parasite. Some people thinks I was there because I only wanted the content. But nobody ever tried to talk with me personally. Nobody ever told me, "Hey Funny, I think this about your content. Is this true? I don't want to be in your videos anymore." And of course I will tell them an okay, no problem. I asked everyone before including their videos. Some people said I started to include the videos, super big streamers, because I only wanted more fame. Yes, I featured them. Cause if you want to get views on YouTube, do you have to follow the trend? I always include small streamers in the compilations. Because I always wanted to help those who are smaller. But some people took me a part of the community. Those words. Lately I've been feeling really down. When I knew they were saying about me, I feel betrayed. But I am not angry. I know I helped a lot of people and I am really proud about it. But I don't feel welcome anymore, so that's why I stopped doing the compilations. I know some people wants me to continue. I know a part of the community loves me. But I don't want to continue doing this. That's why I've stopped doing them. VRChat changed me. I met a lot of people. People who I call them close friends nowadays. My social problems are going better than better. I found out that I love streaming on creating content. I know it's been a while I don't upload videos here. It was because I was feeling so bad with myself. I need some time. But now, I am back. I'm going to focus on myself. Starting December I'm going to start a few projects. I just want to say, thank you. Thank you to everyone who supported me during this time. Thanks to all the friends who are always there, if I need them. And thank you to the VRChat for changing me and helping me with all my problems. I love you all. Take care, okay? Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Damn.
I knew about VRChat Adam 4 years ago. I knew about VRChat about 40 years ago.
40?
So I started playing Next Up Your Chat. So I started playing Next Stop VRChat desktop. And I edited some videos because I thought having all the kids together.
The struggles.
Having all the kids scooter ride? What the fuck? Can you say what I want to say? Please. Okay. My child somehow become a community channel.
Child. How many texts did this take? Jesus Christ.
Child. Do I have a child? If I have one, I can't find them. Oh my god, I lost my child. I'm a bad mom. F. Where everyone could submit the eclipse. God damn it. And I was really happy, because the beer tap community was growing really fast. And it was really happy because the BR chat media was growing really fast. Anniversary happy because the VRChat community was growing really fast. I wasn't really happy because the VRChat community was growing really fast.
Oh, the full person
It's
was the
going to
best.
take me ages. Why would you want to talk seriously? It fails aloud. I want to talk seriously. Come on TDS. Come on 2DS.
Oh, I'm done. Fuck. What did that say? 200,000 crafting experience. That's gonna take forever.
genuinely terrifying.
Get me out of this lobby. Get me out of this lobby. Just kill me.
Corpse gets imposter more times than anyone I've ever played with, and wins more as imposter than anyone I've ever seen.
It's Corpse.
He can kill you and then convince you that it wasn't him that killed you.
Dude, I was like, oh fuck.
Oh, whoops.
Wait, am I sure? Yes. Thank you, Rebecca. I can't wait for Friday as well. Am I gonna die? Okay.
Lily!
Sykkuno, why didn't you report this?
No, she died?
Wait, how did you see me?
Can we put Guardian on for her?
Sykkuno, why didn't you report this?
Because I didn't know where the body was.
So you.
Where is the body?
It's in the decontam.
Wait, Janet, you saw me. with the
Yes, I
lights
did.
on,
No, the lights were going off and you went in.
huh?
Also, I saw a vent flap
It's
before lights
not-
went off.
It's
Oh,
not
that means you
Wendy.
don't
It's
Inside
not.
the decontam.
It's
well,
not
you
Wendy.
didn't vent, but why didn't you report this?
It's not Wendy. It's not Ray. It's not DK. Yeah, it's not
Okay.
Wendy. It's not Ray. It's not
Not-
DK.
I don't know about 5-0, but it's not Wendy and Corpse.
I know it's not 5-0.
Wendy, Corpse,
I'm
Ray.
gonna stand on a vent.
This happened like at
I'm
the
gonna stand on a
beginning
vent
of
and
the
spam
round.
the fucking corp or the kill button.
No. I feel bad for not fixing lights. I went up to do my greenhouse thing, and I thought someone would fix lights
Clear,
before
you were
me.
with them the whole time because
I
one of
wa-
them vented away.
I was with DK for like literally 95% of the time, and then I know
Okay.
it's not Ray, and then
Just
I end up
one
trying out
kill,
Wendy.
by the way.
I only
Oh,
saw
that's
5 up at
true.
the end of the round, because I saw it.
Okay.
I saw his little scarf in mid bay.
Wait, hang on. Well, look, guys, for this kill, it had to be Toast, Jack, me, or Janet. But here's the thing.
I don't think
If it
it's
was
like
me,
you.
I would have just killed
Yeah.
Janet.
Yeah.
Instead of letting her report the
Will
body.
you
So
kill
it's either
cooldown?
Janet
But
or
I'm up at greenhouse. I couldn't have done this kill.
Would it
Like,
be on
you
cooldown?
can't kill if it's on cooldown.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm
I'm
fixing
kill
lights.
the person who
I'm fixing
vented.
lights is not me.
Yeah, and I'm at
Did you
greenhouse
vent
on top.
to fix lights?
If you're
No,
fixing
the
lights,
whole
Toast,
time.
what light switches are off?
Only the left one. It was left and middle. I got the middle. Left one was not switched on when I was reported. I'll stand
He
still.
sounds
You can go check.
confident. He sounds
Very
confident.
convenient that you know all
He
this
sounds
information.
confident.
I think it's
Imposter
Jack or Janet.
Wait.
I think it's Jack or Janet.
No, I just
The
told you,
fact
I'm
that
at
Janet saw me
greenhouse.
when I couldn't see her.
Did you
was
vent to
vexed.
greenhouse,
Sus.
Jack?
DK.
I'm gonna stand on top of a vent.
Did you vent there?
No, I never vent. I'm terrible at it. Who's the one person who would kill Lily right now?
I'm gonna stand on top of the vent.
Not me.
Add spawn. I'm gonna spam it.
Fuck. Everyone grouped together like that? That's really unfortunate.
This might be really boring for you guys, but if it works, it'd be crazy. Maybe I should go to a more common vent, like Med Bay maybe.
Don't be anyone here.
Yeah, I'll go. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Corpse. Corpse. Corpse.
Don't stand on top of me.
Corpse. Fuck her! Fuck her! Oh, that's so smart! Fuck her!
What happened, Corpse?
I killed the imposter, sure.
Did you really?
Yeah, I stood on the vent in Med Bay and just spam kill.
Nice! Wait, Corpse, you're a genius! Wait, guys, okay, based on this crazy... Okay, so here's what I think all of this. Last round, I thought it was either Toast, Janet, or Jack, right?
Yeah.
Toast was chilling with me on a vent this entire time. He's completely innocent.
Yeah.
And Janet saw me in the dark when I don't think she should have been able to. Yeah.
You know, I agree with you because Toast would 100% never pretend to be a crewmate with you by staying on an event.
Janet would never report there on first round.
She might, because she was surprised that I didn't report it. And here's the thing. Janet said she saw the vents open, right? Which means if she was imposter, she must be the Morphling, because she can't vent. Her partner must have vented.
Or she's the jester.
Sykkuno, as much as I love
Sykkuno.
getting Janet killed, isn't Jack the one who just killed it? Because
Yep.
killed him?
Yeah.
Well,
possibly.
Wait, where's the body at? Like the one that you're talking about?
From the
What do you guys? Oh, from the
Oh,
first one.
first round, yeah. I don't think Janet would report there, and Sykkuno, if she, I don't know, if she was imposter, she would have seen, like, I don't know. Why would she report? I don't know.
So this
Because
leaves
she can't
Ray,
vent
DK,
away.
5 up.
She can't vent away. She was
No,
worried
no, no.
I saw her, but I didn't see
It doesn't leave
her.
Ray.
She
It
just saw
doesn't
me.
leave
Yeah.
me. It doesn't
It
leave
doesn't leave me
DK
either.
even.
It
Or it
leaves
could be
Toast.
Toast.
Oh, it's Toast. We figured it out.
Wait, but
Goodbye.
Toast standing with
Sykkuno,
me on
tell
the
him.
vent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's more probably.
And we
more Janet.
know Spadaisi is a bad guy because Corpse going to sheriff. There's no counterclaim.
Hey, we solved the case, guys. It's over, gang. Oh.
What are you two doing?
Oh, I totally forgot to vote.
Wait, how do you guys know
Wait,
it's
Toast and Janet both skipped.
Just got a vibe. I think Janet's jester.
Well,
Well, I could just shoot Jenny. I know that someone was going to pop out from the vent. What if I wait here? What if I watch the vent? I'm spamming kill and watching the vent. If it moves, I'll run in and kill them. They wouldn't vent, right? If they're morphling, they can't vent. I think they thought that Janet was the morphling, so this might not be a good play. So they were talking about Janet possibly morphing, I believe. Fuck. 5 of why were you running? Fuck.
I saved the game. Oh Jesus.
Oh,
Well,
I know who the killer is.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Tell us, right?
Who is it?
It's Toast.
It is.
Yeah. I was
Go
on.
ahead.
I was on logs. Toast,
Okay.
Janet, and
Thank you,
I were
Casey.
the only ones north. We were in
Thank you,
the
Hero.
lights room. Toast goes south,
Thank you,
and
Rebecca.
Janet
Oh, excellent.
was up there. I'm
Thank
on
you,
logs. I see
Aslan.
Toast go from cafeteria back
Good,
north,
wonderful artist
and then
as well.
I see Janet's on the left side of the map, and I see DK go north. So only Toast and DK were north. And if you're at the button and I didn't see you cross north, Sykkuno, it has to be Toast, right?
I don't know what's happening,
Here's
but
the
you know,
problem.
Ray seems innocent.
I never went south.
Yeah, you did. The logs said so.
Sykkuno, you know it's not me. Okay, we stood on the vent
did
together
stand on
when
the
there was
vent.
a kill.
Yeah.
But it was one kill. One
Yeah,
kill.
but Corpse killed Jack.
True. Well, look,
And
it's
the
either
other
Toast or
imposter
Janet.
killed.
I don't know. It's either Toast or Janet. It's gotta be.
Well, I mean, okay,
Ray-
if I wasn't,
Great
Innocent
jester.
no, if I wasn't on logs, how would I know exactly where everyone is?
That's true.
No, I
Ray's
believe
definitely
you're on
innocent.
logs, but I believe you're misreading it because you're a jester or you're
If
bad
I was
at
jester,
logs.
I'd want to be voted off. Why? If I
Yeah,
was,
because
if I
you're
was
throwing
jester,
sus on crew members. That's
no,
what
I'm
jesters
throwing
do.
sus on the imposter.
No, you're throwing sus on crew members.
I'm voting Toast. I
Ray
trust you,
doesn't
Ray.
Okay,
Yeah, Ray
Sykkuno.
seems quite
Sykkuno. Sykkuno, please.
Sykkuno, you know my tell. You know I'm innocent.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, here's the
Ruby
thing.
also voted Toast. DK
Sykkuno,
and
Sykkuno,
Five,
let's
and they're
skip.
dead.
I'm gonna skip Sykkuno. I hope you skip
no,
with
no,
me.
don't do
We
it.
can solve this,
Sykkuno.
Sykkuno.
No,
No, Sykkuno, we can skip and rediscuss
know
this.
Ray's
We can
innocent.
rediscuss this, Sykkuno. Just skip.
No.
Just skip, Sykkuno.
I'll
Thank you. Thank you, Sykkuno.
Oh God.
Let
Okay,
me
well,
explain
I know
why
Ray's
it's
innocent,
Janet.
but I didn't understand the explanation of. Yeah.
It makes no sense as.
No.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, wait.
I don't know what's happening. Look, Ray definitely sounds innocent. I
Damn.
don't know. It might be Janet. I don't know. Okay. Well, guys, we gotta go. We gotta go.
What's the plan, Toast?
Please. 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 Why?
Wait,
What the fuck?
the fuck are they? Okay.
The audacity. Who? No, I'm
I have
leaving.
all the tasks left.
I'm going to the freaking button. No.
But I need to
Satan.
watch this.
Get away from me.
I think they're gonna go back to the button.
Team Morphling.
Oh, they're going back to the button.
Saikuno.
Ray? What
You
is
have
it?
some nerve to skip when I provided so much
Look,
evidence.
Ray, I know you're innocent, Ray. I know you're innocent, right? But
No, I
what
don't
if-
know. You skipped. He's not. There's no other reason for why.
Go ahead. Oh,
Sorry,
wait,
Ken,
why
but-
isn't it Janet? I don't know. She was doing weird
Thank you,
stuff.
Janet was
Weird stuff.
bottom left of the map. DK went
Conrad.
north and Toast was north.
Or
You were at
Janet.
the button.
Ray.
Here's
Oh
the
wait, you were
problem.
with Janet.
There are
Alexia.
a thing called vents that Janet can
Galena.
No,
I'm
he
not
just
venting.
walked up there.
Also, Saikuno, for the
Toast,
first
if you were
kill,
up there, you
Thank
would have
you
seen
very
the
much.
kill.
I hope to continue doing that.
I was
with you
really
guys.
trying to
So-
figure out who the
I did
killer
not see the
was.
body.
You were
It's like,
north?
Alright.
And it was
Yes,
Jack.
I was.
And
Like,
I saw
I-
the vent flap too.
Ray, I believe you're innocent.
I know exactly
I
what to
think
do
you're
here,
misreading the
guys.
logs. What are you doing?
Alright.
Where you voted?
Huh? I know exactly what to do here. This
Okay.
will be the best decision I've made in the past
I-
7 games.
Did you vote Janet?
Best decision I've made in the past 7
Saikuno.
games.
This is hard for Toast because he has to guess. He has to guess who Saikuno
Trust me,
voted
Ray,
between
this is the
skipping.
best decision
'Cause
I've
he's
made in
throwing.
the past 7 games.
He's
This is
throwing for
probably
you.
No, it's a
not.
tie vote.
Warning, Lobby,
I'm
DK, and Five Up.
98.7%
They are
sure that
intelligent
I'm about to
players.
win this game based on the play I just
They
made.
knew it was Toast.
And I'll tell you this, I didn't skip.
Did you vote for yourself?
Wait.
Wait, how'd you know my move? How'd you know?
Oh my
Oh my god, Toast knew my move too! Oh, Jesus! Jesus!
Thank you, no. Thank you for keeping me.
How did he know? I thought he
Everyone
was...
knew. Everyone knew.
I thought... How did he know?
I have to hope Saikuno's a jester.
How did he know?
Autumn, I'm sorry, your sister, that's rough.
Dang it, they knew my plays.
I wish I did, but honestly, I dealt with most of my health problems like completely alone, and I don't really like family stuff. Like I don't, so I can't really give advice on something like that. As much as I'd love to, I don't have the answers. I'm sorry.
That was a close one.
Thank you, Lynn.
Ray, you know who it is, right?
Saikuno. How you guys want to do this?
You know, I
I just
kind of
wanted-
want to give
Autumn,
Toast
I
the
would say,
win
like,
because I'm so
What?
mad at Saikuno.
Just
Ray,
be
Ray, you know it's toast now. I
understanding.
saw
I know
you
it sounds
AFK
like
at the button in disappointment.
obvious,
Ray, the
but
point is,
Saikuno.
like
That's
never
why
like
I
I
said
don't
you
know.
were on
It's
a
never
vent.
like
This is the
burden.
reverse
Ray, you
Mary.
know it's toast. You've been,
It's the
you've
Which
been
I'm
right
sure
the
you're
whole
already
time.
not doing. So
Ray, you've been right the whole time. I can't believe I didn't believe you earlier.
Ray,
It's
it's
toast. You
Saikuno. I
Let's
walked
see.
into lights. That's why he left you. At
No,
the
no,
button.
Ray, you know it's toast. You've been right the whole
Toast
time.
was
I
at
can't
the
believe I
button
didn't
with
believe you
me.
earlier. He was?
Yes,
no
Ray.
No, no,
way.
he couldn't have been. No, he
It's
couldn't have been.
Saikuno.
He couldn't have.
Yeah.
No, Ray, you were right the whole time,
Yeah.
Ray.
No,
You
at
wanna
this point,
send it?
Toast just might be Jester. Maybe it's.
You think?
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Ray's
Ray, I know
trolling.
you're right. Me, so it's either
Ray's
you or
trolling,
toast, and
trolling.
you sound innocent. And I saw you AFK at the
Even
button
when I
the whole
sound
time.
innocent, you don't believe me.
Ray,
I'm
this
voting
guy,
Saikuno.
this man put you through
What?
mental torture.
I voted Saikuno.
I'm about to vote myself. I'm gonna vote myself unless you say it's toast.
I do it.
Do it then.
Toast has to
think I
vote
won't?
Saikuno here.
No, you won't.
No, I
Toast
think
votes
you
Saikuno.
will.
She's calling you a blood type
think you
now.
will vote
Rainbow
yourself.
and Toast.
Stand
Toast
up to the
voted.
matriarchy. Stand up to the matriarchy!
You did it, Ray. You were right the whole time. The whole time.
My
Corpse, I can't believe you got me.
make my
was so
blood
funny.
pressure rise.
I was spamming it.
Dakota. My blood pressure.
I was waiting.
So recently, Corpse uploaded a video mocking other channels that constantly clickbait in their titles and thumbnails. And it's actually really funny.
Hello. This is going to be a video of me talking in my real voice. I like eating things. I like eating food. Drinking water. Breathing. Oh, but above all, my most favorite thing.
The very next day, Carl uploaded this video to his Twitter. I think everyone gets just how bad this really is, but the effort we put into this is really astounding.
See, Corpse,
Oh my god.
while we were playing these games,
Freaking
I
clowning
deduced
right
that
now.
your real name isn't actually Corpse.
He's on his clown arc.
So anybody that fits that happens to be somebody that is going to die of a heart attack in 40 seconds. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Because I already know what you're going to say. That's not your real name.
Wait.
That page wasn't actually in the Death Note.
Stop! Take the paper out of your mouth.
Your real name is anybody that's in chat that's not subscribed. And I also know that I wrote down how you're gonna die, Corpse. First, you will sub to me on Twitch, and then die of a heart attack. Woo!
Speaking of Corpse's voice, I thought this next video was pretty fitting. It's a throwback to Encourage imitates Corpse's voice. And surprisingly, he actually nailed it.
I know who the killer is.
Okay, let's hear it.
So,
I want to hear it, Corpse Jr.
I was in water doing the.
You're gonna hurt your throat, dude. I hear it. You're gonna hurt
I
That's not gonna feel good to
And unfortunately, this person didn't know I was in office too. It's Pokimane.
Corpse! Oh my god, you're not even corpse! You're fucking lying! I'm not even near office!
Corpse Jr. What are you thinking?
Guys, I'm telling
Did
you.
anyone see me,
Smokey.
bottom left? Because I'm not even near office. I think he's just trying to frame me.
Who was in cameras?
I was on cams. I
Or
can
just left it?
vouch that Corpse Jr. is in office, top left. So
Yeah,
like,
and
he's not lying at his
No,
location.
he's just trying to frame me.
Change is difficult. It's not always easy. Sometimes you wish things would go differently. In this video, Valkyrie reacts to the end of an era. Now she wishes things were a bit different.
The end of an era. I actually really miss the Among Us lobbies. I miss when everyone was addicted to it. I don't know, I miss playing with everyone more often. It feels like everyone kind of went their separate ways. Doesn't it kind of feel like that? It feels like everyone's just doing their own thing now, and no one has any desire to do anything together ever again. And for me personally, I don't have I've put together so many lobbies, I don't have the drive to put more lobbies together. I'm just kind of sick of doing it. So I kind of wish other people would, I mean, Ryan invites me to play Valorant every single day, but I kind of am busy a lot in the mornings. So, I mean, there's Valo lobbies, but no one's really playing Valorant. There's some people that are, playing GTA, some people are not. I don't know. It's kind of sad. Yeah, Ryan invites me to play Valorant a lot, but he's like super addicted to Valorant. He plays Valorant so much. I mean, now that Rust is over, I know a few friends were playing Rust because they had drops and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe they'll want to play like some other type of game. Maybe, I don't know. Pummel party lobbies. It's just it's not the same. You can't play pummel party every day. You know. There isn't really anything good. I have a feeling we're gonna have a Minecraft wave again. I have a strong feeling in the far future we're gonna have a Minecraft thing again. So maybe. I feel like Minecraft's always one of those games that you can come back to and it can be different, you know.
This talented artist decided to do a speed painting of Corpse. And it's so good. That's the end of this video. Thanks for watching, and I really hope you enjoyed it.
Now I'm going to turn on 2000 volts.
What? This is the first step in creating snowflakes in the lab.
This is totally wild. What?
Crazy, huh? The tips of those needles are like 100 nanometers in diameter.
That is so wild. Dr. Ken Liebrecht is the snowflake guy.
I was the snowflake consultant for the movie Frozen. It's okay to conjure snowflakes out of your fingertips, but they have to be real snowflakes or people aren't buying it. The U.S. Post Office made snowflake stamps using my pictures. It's not the kind of thing you normally think of when you start doing physics, that you'd be on a postage stamp.
You've written the book on snowflakes, literally.
So I had like 2 successful books in a row, so we just kept making books until finally they sold 0 copies, and then we stopped.
So you're kind of like a snowflake artist.
I call it designer snowflake. Because yes, I am designing this on the fly. I don't have a computer that does all this for me, I just do it by hand. So everyone's a little different.
Ken knows so much about snowflakes, he can design and construct them to his own specifications.
So what's happening now is it's growing and doing its thing. It's at minus 13 Celsius now, but I want to make some branches. I'll just turn this down to minus 15. And then I'm going to increase the humidity a little bit, the supersaturation, and you'll start to see branches come out there.
So you changing those conditions just caused the plate to kind of stop and become really...
I changed the growth conditions to prefer branches. This little thing right there, that little nub, that's the only thing that touches the sapphire substrate. The rest of this is all growing above. This increases the airflow. Those are droplets forming, and now I'm really kicking it in gear. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn that humidity down to 0, so the droplets are starting to recede. And this will stop growing and kind of start to facet a little bit. Say, I want branches again. Now I'm going to really hammer on it.
So you're giving it a lot of moisture.
A lot of moisture now. But you'll see side branches. You really start to feel you understand what's going on when you can say, now I'm going to do this. And then it happens. It's fun. I can predict the future. I like to think they're better than nature. And the reason is that the facets are just sharp. All the edges on these things are just sharp and crisp. Whereas in the sky, they have to fall. And by the time they fall and you pick them up and you put them under a microscope, they've started to evaporate a little. Boy, these are just bang, just crisp.
The first close-up photograph of a snowflake in the wild was taken in 1885 by American meteorologist Wilson A. Bentley. It was Bentley who originated the idea that no two snowflakes are alike. And he would know. Over the course of his life, he took more than 5,000 photos of snowflakes, a selection of which appear in his book Snow Crystals, which is still in print today. But most snowflakes don't look like the ones Bentley photographed, because he selected only those in pristine condition, with uncommon beauty and symmetry.
When you're looking for snowflakes, I'll take a big piece of cardboard, and you just glance at it. Crap, nothing. Brush them aside, more. No. Each brush is 1,000 snowflakes. They're hard to find. You can't, they're 1 in a million. I mean, literally.
We are also used to seeing pictures like this, that we are blind to the mysteries of the snowflake. Like, why do they all have 6-fold radial symmetry? Why are they so intricate and yet so different from each other? How do opposite arms of a snowflake mirror each other so perfectly? I mean, how does one side of the snowflake know what the other side is doing? And why are snowflakes flat? They're usually millimeters in diameter, but micrometers thick. The edges of a plate can be as narrow as razor blades. But the mystery goes even deeper. Everyone pictures snowflakes like this, but the truth is they take all sorts of different forms. Like this, a hollow column.
That is a snowflake?
That is a snowflake.
There are also needles, cups, and bullets.
This is like my favorite kind of snowflake, is a capped column. It started out growing as a column, but then the temperature changed and then you got plates growing on either end. It's just a cacophony of different shapes. All of these appear spontaneously. There's no DNA or any kind of blueprint for what's going on. It's just water vapor freezing into ice, and all this happens.
So you've identified 35 different types of snowflakes.
Yes, there's no really one way to define a type of snowflake. The first chart of snowflakes is like 41, I think, and then it got bigger and 60 or 70. And the latest one by some Japanese physicists, I think, had 108 different types of snowflakes. And I found 108 was too many.
How does simple ice create so many distinct forms? All snowflakes form in much the same way. Water evaporates into water vapor, individual molecules bouncing around in the atmosphere. And as this vapor rises, it cools and becomes supersaturated, meaning there are more water molecules in the air than there would be in equilibrium at this temperature. Water molecules condense onto dust particles to form tiny droplets, and although the temperature may be below freezing, the droplets don't immediately freeze. But at some point, one droplet will freeze. Inside, the water molecules lock into place, forming a hexagonal crystal. This structure results from the peculiarities of water molecules. Oxygen atoms attract electrons more than hydrogen, and since the molecule has a bent shape, it's polar, with oxygen being slightly negative and the hydrogens slightly positive. Since, unlike charges attract, hydrogen from one molecule will sit next to an oxygen from another molecule, forming a so-called hydrogen bond. And this is what creates the hexagonal molecular lattice. But how does this microscopic lattice grow into a hexagonal crystal that we can see?
So you start with a chunk of ice, and these little guys are meant to be water molecules. And what happens is there are these flat surfaces, which are the facet surfaces, and at a molecular scale, they're very smooth and flat. And so when a molecule hits, a water vapor molecule, hits that smooth and flat surface, it tends to bounce off. Whereas here, it's rough. There are a lot of dangling molecular bonds over here. That's a rough surface. And so when these molecules hit, they tend to stick. It's a statistical thing, of course, but the probabilities are high that they stick here and low that they stick here. So if you take any shape and you just let it grow for a little while, the rough areas fill in and the flat areas don't grow very fast, and you end up with a faceted shape.
And that's how we get from the quantum mechanics that governs a water molecule to a hexagonal prism of ice. This prism has 2 basal facets and 6 prism facets, which is important. If the basal facets grow fast, you get a column. If the prism facets grow faster, you get a flat snowflake. Once there is a seed crystal, nearby water droplets evaporate and deposit water molecules onto the growing snowflake. Since the corners of the hexagonal prism stick out farther into humid air, they grow faster, and now they extend even farther, so they grow even faster in a positive feedback loop. This gives rise to 6 radial branches. At the corners of these branches, additional branches can form for the same reason. Around 100,000 droplets are required to make a single snowflake, and the process usually takes 30 to 45 minutes. In the 1930s, Ukehiro Nakaya was systematically studying snowflakes at the University of Hokkaido in Japan. He discovered that the different types of snowflakes don't all occur under the same conditions. Instead, 2 factors, the temperature and level of supersaturation, determine what type of snowflake grows. His findings are summarized in the Nakaya diagram, but it's not a simple pattern. Around -2 Celsius, you get plates. At -5 Celsius, columns and needles form. At -15 Celsius, it's plates again, and then below -20, you get columns and plates. The Nakaya diagram allows us to understand a rough history of any snowflake.
Does each snowflake, in essence, reveal its history through its shape?
Yeah, absolutely, to some degree. You can definitely look at a snowflake and say, yeah, I know what conditions that crystal grew under, more or less. Typical weather patterns, fronts, cold front. That produces a lot of capped columns, because as the cloud moves up, it starts to get colder, and they initially start to freeze at around -6, -10, and makes columns. And as it gets colder, then it makes branches and plates, and so you get capped columns.
This also explains why snowflakes are so intricate. The temperature and humidity at each moment of growth determines the structures formed in that moment. The symmetry you see is not because one side somehow knows what the other side is doing, but because both sides of a single snowflake grow in the exact same conditions.
When the crystal changes its position, the temperature will change, say, in all 6 branches we'll see the same temperature change, and so they'll all respond the same way.
Different snowflakes, on the other hand, each take a unique path, and therefore they experience a unique set of conditions, which is why no 2 snowflakes are alike. But in the lab, you can carefully control the conditions, so theoretically it should be possible to create almost identical snowflakes. And indeed, Ken has.
What's in here?
Hook your flashlight in and you'll see.
Uh-huh. I'm imagining these are seed crystals of a sort?
Those are little sparkly snow crystals.
Yeah.
And this is another little chamber, just a cold plate. And there's a little sapphire disc in there. And then I'm going to push this thing, my sapphire, all the way in here. And the crystals will waft onto it and hopefully stay there. The idea popped in. It's like, oh, if I grow 2 next to one another, they'll be kind of identical. And I call them identical twin snowflakes because they're like identical twin people. They're not exactly the same, but clearly more alike than you would ever expect. it really true that no two snowflakes are alike? And it's just a silly question. It's silly because no two trees are alike, no two grains of sand are alike, no two anything are alike. Anything that has any complexity is different from everything else, because once you introduce complexity, then there's just an uncountable number of ways to make it.
If a pair of twin snowflakes are growing too close together, they end up competing for moisture between them, stunting both of their growths.
The Nikaya diagram allows us to understand a lot about snowflake formation. Ken has used his experiments to build his own version of the chart. But what it doesn't explain is, why do ice crystals form this way in the first place? I mean, why do we get plates and then columns and then plates and columns again? This has been a mystery essentially since Nikaya introduced his diagram back in the 1930s. But Ken believes he now has an answer. Anytime you have a crystal, the reason why you get these smooth, flat facets is because it's not easy to grow more crystal on top. There are so-called nucleation barriers. What you need is a critical density of additional molecules of the substance before they can come together to form a little island that is stable enough to grow and add another layer onto the crystal. When you're first forming a snowflake, you're always going to start with a hexagonal prism with its 2 basal facets and 6 prism facets around the side. And the nucleation barrier for the basal facets is different than that of the prism facets. If the nucleation barrier is lower for the prism facets, then they grow faster and you get plate-like structures. If the nucleation barrier is lower for the basal facets, then they grow faster and you end up with column-like structures. Now, the nucleation barriers of ice are known as a function of temperature, and this explains why around -2, the prism facets grow faster and you get plates because their nucleation barrier is lower. You can also see why below -20 or so, well, then you get columns because the basal facet nucleation barrier is lower at those temperatures. But what doesn't make sense is why we should get columns at around -5 Celsius and then plates again at -15. So what is happening? Well, Ken's hypothesis is that these nucleation barriers are valid only for large, flat facets. But if you had really narrow facets, well, the nucleation barriers would be different. So Ken proposes that narrow basal facets have a dip in their nucleation barrier around -4 Celsius, and narrow prism facets have a dip at -15. So his hypothesis is that the graph should look like this. This then is consistent with all the different forms of snowflakes that grow at different temperatures. But what accounts for these dips? Well, let's say we have a narrow prism facet, so we're growing a plate snowflake. Water molecules that hit the basal facets are unlikely to reach the critical density required to overcome the nucleation barrier, so that surface grows only slowly. But on either side of this narrow prism facet, water molecules can stick on the rough edges. And to minimize surface energy, the ideal shape of this face would be semicircular. But if only the top few layers of water molecules are mobile, to try to lower the surface energy, many of them diffuse onto the prism facet. And in the process, they exceed the critical density required to overcome the nucleation barrier, and so they can grow the crystal on the prism facet. So due to this narrow edge, the nucleation barrier is effectively lower than it would be for a large prism facet. A similar effect happens for the basal facets, just at a different temperature. And Ken has done experiments to investigate whether these effects are observed in the lab.
And so I did a series of experiments using that apparatus, and man, it just like, boom, just like that. Whoa. When you make a model and you sort of find it's supposed to do something, and it sort of does, it's just like, this might be right.
So far, the results agree nicely with the hypothesis. So after 85 years, maybe we now understand the molecular physics of ice well enough to finally explain why snowflakes grow into such a diverse collection of columnar and plate-like forms.
I've done a lot of my career in astronomy and astrophysics. Nobody ever asked you what it's good for. I mean, never. Not even once did anyone say, what are those black holes going to be used for? No. Saturn's rings. Why do you care about Saturn's rings? What's the motivation for studying Saturn? Nobody asks that. Every time I give a talk, people are like, what are you doing? What on earth is this for? I think the real reason the real reason that I got into this. You look at a snowflake and you kind of go, actually, we don't have any idea how that works. Well, that doesn't work. We have to know how that works. Damn it. Well, I want to be the guy who figures out how snowflakes work. That's always been a driver. As a scientist, you want to figure something out.
Hey, this video was sponsored by Brilliant, the interactive learning platform that lets you tackle concepts in math, science, and computer science. YouTube videos are great for finding out about new areas of interest, but if you really want to master a topic, you have to try problems for yourself, and that's what Brilliant allows you to do. They have recently revamped a lot of their courses to make them even more interactive, like their course on logic. Here's a puzzle where you have to sort robots. The questions increase in difficulty as you go, but they've always got helpful hints so you don't get stuck. Now, if you enjoyed this video, I'd recommend you check out their course on beautiful geometry. And for viewers of this channel, Brilliant are offering 20% off a yearly subscription to the first 200 people to sign up. Just go to brilliant.org/Veritasium. Plus, this offer is valid for subscriptions that you gift to others. So if you know someone who would benefit by exploring STEM concepts in a fun, interactive way, a Brilliant subscription makes the perfect gift. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
This video is made possible by CuriosityStream and Nebula. Watch another full-length companion video to this one in my Modern Conflict series that explains the entire history of the wars of Saddam from the Iraqi invasion of Iran to the US invasion of Iraq, which you can access by signing up for the CuriosityStream Nebula bundle deal for just $15 a year at curiositystream.com/real-life-lore. Iraq is a country that is pretty well known for having a lot of problems, but it's in a region where a lot of other nearby countries kinda don't. Compared to the other oil-rich countries around the Persian Gulf, Saudi Arabia has a GDP per capita of more than 20,000, even higher than 9 countries in the European Union. Bahrain is more than $23,000. Kuwait is more than $32,000, which is even higher than Portugal. The United Arab Emirates is more than $43,000, which is better off than Italy, while Qatar is over $50,000, which is among the highest in the world and is even more than Sweden or the Netherlands. But Iraq's is only a little more than $4,000, which is more comparable to Guatemala or Namibia. And part of the reason why is because in the past 4 decades, since 1980, Iraq has only known 13 years of peace, separated by 28 years of open war and conflict. In those years, Iraq's military has invaded 2 of her neighbors, Iran and Kuwait. Her government has threatened 2 more, Turkey and Syria, while Iraq itself has been invaded and occupied by the world's most powerful global superpower, the United States. And many of the reasons why have to do directly with Iraq's geography. You see, the geography of the Iraqi state pretty much guarantees that it will almost never be a land of peace. And it was intentionally designed that way nearly a century ago. Wars and conflict surround Iraq because they're pretty much intended to be inevitable. And in order to understand what it is that makes Iraq's geography so uniquely and devastatingly terrible, both for itself and the peace of the rest of the world, you've got to understand a lot about Iraq's history. Human civilization pretty much began in present-day Iraq around this area in between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. And for thousands of years since, it's more or less remained the core of civilization in the area, and it's no wonder why. This area of Western Asia is nearly entirely covered by the vast and arid Arabian and Syrian deserts, the largest deserts found on the Asian landmass, and where founding and sustaining large amounts of people are practically impossible. Intersecting through this empty and inhospitable desert, however, are the Tigris and Euphrates, and the huge, fertile oasis that the waters feed between them. Within this oasis was historically some of the richest and most fertile farmland found anywhere on the planet, along with the vast marshes in the southeast, the largest wetland environment found anywhere in Western Eurasia that was once roughly roughly the same size as the US state of Connecticut. It was an ideal location for early humans to found their first settlements, and with easy access to two major rivers, it became the genesis point for the age of agriculture. For centuries ever since, the rich plain in between these two great rivers has been the epicenter of the global human population and the site of humanity's largest city. Many geographic lessons can be analyzed from Iraq's history. First of all, water is the most precious of resources here. Without it, the land would be nothing but empty and worthless desert, and a system of canals are necessary to irrigate farms to feed the area's population. When powerful empires like the Babylonians, the Persians, or the Arabs concentrate their capitals in the area like with Babylon, Ctesiphon, or Baghdad, the soaring demand for labor will eventually lead to vast population increases that push the limits of Iraq's ecological carrying capacity in the desert. And when this happens, a fragile and delicate balance exists between the people and the environment. And since the region is on a relatively open plain on the doorstep of mountains in the north and the east, it's always been pretty vulnerable to invasions from the hill tribes or migrating nomadic hordes that have the potential to utterly destroy all central authority inside of Iraq, which can then lead to the destruction and neglect of the region's vital water infrastructure and ultimately lead to a total collapse in the population. And climate change throughout the ages poses an even further threat to this delicate and always present balance that is always difficult to maintain even during the best of times. All of these historical and geographic realities continue to affect Iraq today, but they were even further exacerbated when the modern borders of Iraq were drawn up by the British about a century ago. Prior to that happening, the region of present-day Iraq, which at the time included Kuwait, was a part of the Turkish Ottoman Empire and had been for centuries. In 1913, what is now Kuwait was a part of the Basra province inside of Ottoman Iraq, but the British entered into an agreement with a family who ruled the area that gave the British the rights to control their foreign policy, which effectively meant that the area was a de facto British protectorate, but it never actually signed any official independence from the rest of Ottoman Iraq. The very next year came the First World War, and the British, suddenly finding themselves at war with the Ottomans, declared what became Kuwait an independent British protectorate, and then went on to occupy the rest of Iraq. When the war was concluded, the British found themselves in possession of the entirety of Ottoman Iraq, and they decided that now they needed to draw up the boundaries between their own protectorate and their new colony, which is how we ended up with Iraq and Kuwait being separated. But the boundary was problematic for the newly created Iraq, as it only left them a mere 58 kilometers of coastline, and most of that was covered by marshes and swamps, and almost none of it contained any deep water areas for actual ports, meaning that Iraq was mostly landlocked. Even the Iraqi king, Faisal I, despite having been installed as a puppet king by the British in the first place, loudly voiced his disagreements at the absurdity, knowing full well that those borders would mean Iraq could never hope to become a serious naval power. But his disagreements were ignored, and while both being under British control, Iraq and Kuwait both recognized the border in 1923, and ratified it once again upon Iraq's own independence from the British in 1932. For decades afterwards, the Iraqis would argue and claim that Kuwait was a rightful part of Iraq, and had only been separated from them by the meddling British. And this would ultimately serve as the casus belli for Saddam when he eventually invaded and annexed Kuwait decades later in 1990. Iraq's meager coastline not only ensured that it would never become a strong naval power, but it also ensured that the country would be one of the easiest in the world to blockade, with two separate critical weak points. The first was the small coastline itself, wedged in between Kuwait and Iran, and really only centered on the port of Qasr, Iraq's single and only deep-sea port directly downstream from the large city of Basra. This is the only location on Iraq's tiny coastline where modern large oil tankers can dock and load up at. So capturing or otherwise neutralizing Qasr would shut down 100% of Iraq's maritime trade. But even that isn't entirely necessary, because further up through the Persian Gulf is the Strait of Hormuz, the only possible maritime exit point from the Persian Gulf to the global world ocean. By blocking either of these 2 points, one can shut down the entirety of Iraq's maritime trade and cripple her entire economy, which is highly dependent upon maritime trade because of oil. Oil was, of course, one of the few late-game buffs that Iraq was given, but it's still a double-edged sword. Iraq possesses the world's 5th largest known reserves of oil, and is also the world's 5th largest oil producer, which ordinarily would have brought fabulous wealth to the country as it has in the other Arab Gulf states. But the difference in Iraq is that the oil isn't distributed evenly between Iraq's various demographics. You see, when the British drew up the borders for Iraq, they didn't only separate Kuwait and practically deny Iraq a good coastline, they also divided various demographics within, which has kept Iraq internally destabilized pretty much ever since its inception. The country's borders contain within it very distinctive and separated Shia Arab, Sunni Arab, and Sunni Kurdish areas, while the vast majority of Iraq's oil reserves can be found within the Shia Arab and the Sunni Kurdish lands in the southeast and the north, but very little is to be found anywhere in the Sunni Arab lands. This has naturally led to the oil wealth in the country being unevenly distributed, and it's even further exacerbated Iraq's internal ethnic and religious differences that haven't been present in the other oil-rich Arab Gulf states. To complicate matters further, 2/3 of Iraq's entire economy is made up exclusively of the oil industry today, a resource that they do not exclusively control. This means that when other oil-rich external powers like Saudi Arabia, Russia, or Kuwait decide on overproducing oil, they can crash the price, and in turn crash the undiversified Iraqi economy in the process. This was another factor that led to Iraq invading Kuwait back in the 1990s, because their overproduction of oil at the time was seen by the Iraqi regime as a severe existential threat to their entire existence. But even without these external pressures, Iraq possesses few means of exporting their oil out of the country. There's one pipeline from the northern oil fields that stretches out to a Turkish port on the Mediterranean, but this is within the Kurdish territories, which has a massive amount of autonomy from the central government based over in Baghdad. Since nearly the entire western half of Iraq is sparsely inhabited desert, her trucking infrastructure is limited. There's only 2 highways that connect Iraq's central core between the Tigris and Euphrates to Saudi Arabia, and there's only 1 highway leading into Jordan. Shut these down, and you largely shut down Iraq's trucking capacity. For the most part, that leaves only maritime shipping, but, as mentioned before, Iraq's coastline is pathetically small and incredibly easy to blockade and shut down. Add in the decades of recent warfare, and you're left with a situation where most of Iraq's oil drilling and processing infrastructure is in a complete state of disrepair. All of these factors mean that Iraq's geography makes it incredibly easy to destroy her economy. But we've barely even started yet, because Iraq's greatest geographic weakness isn't anything that I've mentioned yet. It's water. You see, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers have blessed the deserts down here with life for thousands of years. But in the 21st century, Iraq doesn't control either of these river sources. They both begin up here in the high mountains of modern Turkey, while the Euphrates continues to flow across half of Syria before even entering Iraq. 90% of the Euphrates' entire annual flow originates from within Turkey, while the remaining 10% is added inside of Syria. But absolutely no water is contributed to the river further downstream anywhere inside of Iraq, which means that in effect, Iraq is entirely left to the mercy of how much water they receive from the Syrian and Turkish governments. At the same time, multiple tributaries that feed the Tigris begin over in neighboring Iran. The lands of Iraq are further downstream from all of these sources, which ultimately means that more than 80% of Iraq's entire fresh water supply from both rivers begins in and is controlled by her 3 neighbors, which is just a total recipe for a disaster. All 3 of these countries can theoretically construct dams across their sections of the rivers to hoard more of the water for themselves. And that's exactly what all 3 have been doing now for decades. Beginning back in the 1960s and 70s, Turkey began what they called their Southern Anatolia project, wherein they constructed 14 dams across the Euphrates basin and added 8 additional dams across the Tigris. The crown jewel of the whole system was the Ataturk Dam here on the Euphrates, the 5th largest dam in the entire world that they finished in 1990. Upon the dam's completion, the Turks withheld the entire flow of the whole Euphrates River for an entire month in order to fill up the dam's reservoir, an action that both Syria and Iraq protested over vehemently. Right up until the present, the Ataturk Dam alone has single-handedly reduced the flow of the Euphrates further downstream by 1/3. And collectively, all of the dams across the river in both Turkey and Syria mean that only a quarter of the Euphrates' historical flow even reaches Iraq now. This means that if Turkey and or Syria decided to flex their dam muscles, Iraq suffers. The Iraqi government has meanwhile repeatedly accused both countries of holding the river hostage and using water as a weapon. And Turkey knows this. So their dams spread across both rivers are extremely well defended by multiple anti-air missile batteries should a regime in Iraq ever get any dangerous ideas. Ultimately, this all means that Iraq just isn't getting enough water to supply her thirsty population of more than 40 million people, nor enough to irrigate her farms. And that's a notoriously dangerous problem historically for Iraq. To make matters even more dire, it's also causing the rivers to get even more polluted than they otherwise would be. When the rivers are flowing naturally, the sheer volume of water rushing through them is enough to push most of the sewage and garbage that gets dumped into it further out into the Persian Gulf and away from the cities. But when the flow is low, this process gets crippled, and it leads to even further water problems for Iraq's population and farms. And all of this isn't even to mention climate change, which is making the temperatures inside of Iraq hotter, causing the water to evaporate even faster than it has in the past. And while Iraq has done some dam construction of their own across the two rivers, they haven't been anywhere nearly as successful. The largest of these is the Mosul Dam, located here on the Tigris just a bit upstream from the Iraqi city of Mosul. It provides electricity for Mosul's nearly 1.7 million residents, but unfortunately, the entire thing could potentially collapse and destroy the entire city. You see, the Saddam regime constructed the dam atop a surface of gypsum, a soft mineral that dissolves during contact with water, which is obviously not the greatest substance that you want to build a massive dam over. And because of this, the dam requires a small army of engineers performing constant maintenance to keep it from collapsing, because if it does, the massive water reservoir behind it will surge through the Tigris and totally annihilate the city of Mosul, and continue surging from there to put even Baghdad at a serious flood risk. A 2006 report from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers calculated that the dam collapsing would result in the deaths of as many as 500,000 Iraqis, prompting the writers of the report to further label the Mosul Dam as the most dangerous dam in the world. Shortly after the Mosul Dam's problems became apparent, Saddam's government began construction of another dam further downstream the Tigris before Mosul, called the Badush Dam. This dam's primary purpose was to block the potential tsunami of water that would be surging through the Tigris in a hypothetical collapse of the Mosul Dam scenario, before it hit the city of Mosul itself. However, construction on this failsafe only began in 1988, and then just 2 years later, Saddam led Iraq into invading Kuwait, which brought them into war with pretty much the rest of the world, and the failsafe dam has never been finished since. To make matters even more complicated, ISIS ended up briefly seizing control of the Mosul Dam in 2014 during the Iraqi Civil War, and the constant maintenance required to keep the dam from collapsing halted as they chased government technicians and engineers away. By 2016, the US government was issuing dire warnings that the dam was in imminent danger of total collapse, and that evacuations of cities downstream like Mosul, Tikrit, Samarra, and Baghdad should all be organized. Even the Iraqi prime minister of the time repeatedly urged the citizens of Mosul to evacuate, but thankfully, the disaster never came. Iraqi government forces recaptured the dam from ISIS, and for the past few years since, the maintenance schedule has been maintained, and the dam's risk of collapse seems to have been mitigated. So, basically, Iraq's geography sucks because it has multiple points of catastrophic failure. All of its maritime trade can be blocked by mining just this tiny area, or by capturing this single city. Its highways leading out across the land can be easily shut down and bombed. Outside oil-rich powers can attack her economy and cause recessions by simply drilling more oil inside of their own territory. The oil inside of Iraq itself is distributed unevenly amongst the different ethno-religious groups and fuels internal instability. A single well-placed missile or attack here will destroy a dam that will completely devastate and cripple the entire country with biblical-scale floods, while 3 neighboring countries can collectively just decide to basically shut off nearly all of Iraq's water supply at a moment's notice. And global climate change is just making all of these matters even worse. Iraq is geographically not in a secure location, and that has caused Iraq's leaders from time to time to lash out and attack their neighbors. Shortly after seizing power in 1979, Saddam Hussein initiated a massive and catastrophic invasion of neighboring Iran that would end up resembling the First World War. After 8 years of chaos and bloodshed, Saddam then initiated another Iraqi invasion of neighboring Kuwait in 1990, which brought nearly the entire world in a coalition against him. For years afterwards, he initiated further military campaigns within Iraq against various rebels opposed to his authoritarian regime. And then everything culminated in 2003 when the United States, United Kingdom, and other allies invaded Iraq itself and finally overthrew him. For nearly a quarter of a century, Saddam ruled Iraq and led the country through 4 disastrous conflicts. And the entire story is incredibly complicated and controversial to tell, full of countless tragedies, misunderstandings, and outright lies that all culminated into why Iraq and the world are the way they are today. Without a doubt, the wars of Saddam were one of the most critical and fascinating conflicts of the late 20th and early 21st centuries to understand, but unfortunately, it's at the same time not acceptable for me to cover in any kind of detail on YouTube due to their terms of service. After nearly 6 years of making videos here on this site, I know how making videos on YouTube works, and I know that this video already has a pretty high chance of becoming demonetized and unpromoted by YouTube's algorithm because of the controversial content that I'm discussing.
Third on
But
trending.
the moment I really start diving into the whole history of Saddam's wars against Iran, Kuwait, and the Western Coalition, why they began, how they were fought, and how they led to where we are today, it's definitely a guarantee that this video will be censored and you won't get to see it. So, instead, I created yet another full-length companion video in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about the same length as this video, with all of that controversial but fascinating information included, and uploaded it directly to Nebula, which, as you've probably heard by now, is home to tons of exclusive, ad-free content like my entire Modern Conflict series, with 7 other additional full-length videos that you can go and watch right now, detailing the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the Israel-Palestine conflicts, the Russo-Ukraine war, the 2020 Armenia-Azerbaijan war, and the conflict between North and South Korea. Of course, the reason why all of these videos are only on Nebula is because the YouTube algorithm actually punishes me and all other creators for ever trying anything new or controversial. But Nebula is a different platform without an algorithm and without any ads. It's just a platform about great and unique content made by great and independent educational creators, with plenty of other projects from other creators you probably already know, like Wendover Productions, Have Is Interesting, Tierzu, and Tom Scott, along with many others. The best way to get access to Nebula and all of this incredible content is definitely through the amazing Curiosity Stream and Nebula bundle deal. With its current sales price, it's less than $15 a year to get full access to both sites. And Curiosity Stream has some phenomenal stuff that you'll enjoy as well, like Kurdistan, the untold story of Mesopotamia, an epic 52-minute-long feature documentary shot on location in the northern part of Iraqi Kurdistan that will take you across an intensive archaeological expedition uncovering the ancient ruins of civilizations like the Assyrians and the Persians. If you felt like my video didn't go deep enough into Iraq's fascinating ancient and medieval history, then this is the video for you. With gorgeous 3D visualizations, secret satellite imagery, and beautiful historical animations. I really can't recommend this documentary enough, and I genuinely don't know about a better deal that exists in streaming. You get 2 streaming sites, both of them with content you'll actually watch, and all of it for less than $15 a year at the current sales price. But what's more, signing up will actually help countless independent educational creators beyond just real-life lore. So please make sure to do so by clicking this button here on screen right now, which will take you directly to curiositystream.com/reallifelore to sign up, all for less than $15 a year, or by following the link that's down below in the description. And as always, thank you so much for watching. This video is made possible by HelloFresh. Go to HelloFresh.com and use the code RealLifeLore14 to get 14 free meals, including free shipping. The colossal population of China is a concept that's difficult for Westerners to understand. With a population that's nearing 1.4 billion people, there are more people who live in China than in the entire continents of Europe, North America, and Australia all combined. Nearly 18% of the entire human population is Chinese, while China itself is the world's third largest country by territory. But despite this titanic population and this enormous territory, more than half of China's land is almost empty. If you draw a diagonal line across the country from the frozen town of Heihe in the northeast across to tropical Tengchong in the southwest, you will find that an overwhelming 94% of China's 1.4 billion people live to the east of this line, on only 43% of China's land, while only a mere 6% of China's population lives to the west of the line, on 57% of the land. China's eastern half is therefore home to more than 1.3 billion people with a population density that's similar to Massachusetts throughout, while the western half is only home to 84 million people with a population density that's more similar to Kansas throughout. The difference between these two halves of China is even more abundantly apparent from space, where you can see the bright, glittering lights of civilization across the east, opposed by near complete darkness and emptiness across the west. So, almost like America in the 19th century, 21st century China has a vast, undeveloped, and sparsely populated western half. But unlike America, China's western problem has remained unsolved and relatively unsettled for thousands of years now. Nearly a century ago, back in 1935, a man named Hu Huanyang drew this map with this line across China, published in the Chinese Journal of Geography. Hu discovered that 96% of the Chinese population lived to the east of his line, while only 4% lived to the west of it. At the time, China's population was only a third of what it is today, with about 500 million people, and her territory was significantly larger with the inclusion of Mongolia. In the nearly century since that map was drawn, China has lost Mongolia. Her population has skyrocketed nearly 3 times from there to 1.4 billion, and she has seen the incredible chaos and upheavals of the Japanese invasion, communism, and the economic miracle that saw the nation's GDP per capita increase 17 times in a mere 4 decades that enabled China to soar into becoming the world's second largest global economy. And yet, despite all of that change, China's population imbalance between east and west has remained pretty much constant throughout. And it's been constant for thousands of years even before then, and nobody has ever been able to solve it. So why has this demographic problem existed throughout time? Well, there's many reasons why, but let's take a look at China's geography first. The easy answer is to simply say that the land east of the Hu Line is simply better suited for civilization and for sustaining larger populations. Because it is. You've got vast open plains in the north that are flat, warm, receive tons of rainfall, and are easy to farm and develop, with 2 of Earth's largest rivers flowing across them. And you've got warm, gentle, rolling plains hills in the south that receive even more rainfall than the north does. Directly adjacent to these plains are a nearly unbroken chain of mountains that run completely north to south, save for a very tiny corridor here along the Yangtze River that leads into the Sichuan Basin, a huge, hidden, flat field that's completely surrounded by mountains on all sides and separated by them from the rest of China's flat, plain lands. Unsurprisingly, when looking at a side-by-side map of China's terrain and China's population density, the flatlands of the north, south, and the Sichuan Basin in the center are where nearly the entirety of China's population resides, because flat plains and basins are where it's naturally the easiest to build farms, develop cities, and grow populations on that eventually evolve into civilizations, kingdoms, and empires. The simple reality is that the plains and flat lands to the east of the line are some of the greatest and richest agricultural land that's found anywhere on the planet, while the land to the west of the line is literally the most inhospitable and hostile environment found anywhere on the planet outside of Antarctica or Greenland. In some places, this area is even more hostile to human life than the Sahara Desert. The land here is entirely covered with high mountains and vast dry deserts, which aren't exactly the most fruitful lands for developing civilization
Doctor.
upon to begin with, but their
Thank you
environments
for the
are
raid.
even worse than what it seems. The massive Himalayas in the south are the highest mountain chain in the world, and they cast a literal shadow that extends well across the Tibetan Plateau, Gobi, and Taklamakan deserts that blocks all of these regions from receiving the substantial amounts of rainfall that China's east receives. Air with clouds full of rain bring wet monsoons from the Indian Ocean that dump enormous amounts of water across India, Bangladesh, and Myanmar, but the high mountains of the Himalayas block these clouds from climbing above and beyond them like a harsh weather border wall. Thus, rainfall rarely ever gets through, and it makes the areas beyond some of the driest found anywhere on the planet, which makes traditional agriculture across the plateau and the deserts impossible. And if it wasn't for the lack of rainfall making civilization impossible, it would be the temperatures. The long-range shadow cast by the Himalayas is what created both the Taklamakan and Gobi deserts, but their locations so close to Siberia leads to wild temperature variations. Harsh, cold winds blowing in from the Arctic can send temperatures in the deserts during wintertime plunging to as low as -40 Celsius. And during the summertime, they can skyrocket up to as high as 45 Celsius. Temperatures within the deserts can literally change by as much as 35 degrees Celsius within just a single 24-hour period. And to make matters even worse, the deserts are expanding. Just like the nomadic conquerors who have come roaring out from these lands for thousands of years to conquer and pillage China's agricultural land, the sands of the deserts themselves are now taking their own turn at a rate of nearly 3,600 square kilometers every single year. What that means is that roughly every decade, the sands of the Gobi alone are conquering nearly 1 Taiwan worth of agricultural land from China. The nearby Taklamakan Desert is located within an area known as the Tarim Basin, with brutal temperatures during both summer and winter, while also being almost entirely absent of water and surrounded by high mountains on all sides. This region is not only incredibly difficult to reach, but it's incredibly difficult to survive in once you even get there. As a result, the Tarim Basin is believed to have been the final place on the entire Asian continent that was settled by humans, potentially only as recently as about 1800 BCE, many centuries after the ancient Egyptians constructed the Great Pyramid at Giza. As a result of this terrible geography, the lands west of the Hu Line within China have pretty much always been essentially a barren wasteland hostile to nearly all human life that's never been able to support much more than nomadic herders, while the land east of the line became the birthplace and cradle of Chinese civilization. And where there are people, more will follow and follow throughout time. So that's the reason why throughout the eons, China's confounding population disparity has persisted. But all of that kind of begs another question. If more than half of China's land is so worthless, why does China even control all of it in the first place? The answer is largely because the land isn't really so worthless as it may seem from only looking at one single kind of map. To start with, Tibet might only have a population of less than 4 million people, but it's not the people that's important here to China, it's the water and the location. Owing to the high elevation that towers above the rest of the world, Tibet is home to tens of thousands of glaciers that collectively contain the world's third largest storage site of fresh water after Antarctica and Greenland. This has led many to label Tibet as the third pole of the Earth. But it's not just glaciers. Tibet is also referred to as the water tower of Asia because many of the world's largest rivers begin across the plateau, including both the Yellow and Yangtze, Indus, Mekong, Brahmaputra, and Gagara rivers. These rivers flow from the almost uninhabited and uninhabitable Tibetan plateau down to support hundreds of millions of people downstream across Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and, of course, China itself. The control of Tibet means the control of the sources for all of these rivers, and that means the control of the drinking water for hundreds of millions of people that powers the civilizations from India to China. Therefore, from the Chinese perspective, in order to ensure a continuous and uninterrupted supply of water to her two most critically important rivers, and to control the world's third largest source of fresh water to secure a future where fresh water may be more difficult to come by, the control of Tibet is an imperative policy to guarantee future security of the state, regardless of the optics that an invasion and occupation of the territory has had for decades now. That explains Tibet fairly well. But what about the vast deserts of the Northwest? Chinese civilizations have sought to dominate these inhospitable lands for thousands of years now for two massively important reasons: the presence of nomads who liked to raid China's prosperous core in the east, and lucrative trade flowing to the west. First of all, China's geography around her rich eastern plains that constitute her core largely guarantees easy security from invaders in nearly every direction. To the east and the south is the ocean, while to the west and northwest are the inhospitable mountains and deserts that stretch for thousands of kilometers. There are only two historical weak points to this natural armor, here and here. Here, the core central plain of Chinese civilization stretches uninterrupted from beyond the rich Yellow River Valley into the steppes of Manchuria and Central Asia, without any natural barriers to slow them down. The various nomadic steppe hordes like the Mongols, the Tatars, the Huns, and many others who lived across these steppes throughout history on their horses could always launch raids or conquests into the richer lands of China for loot and plunder. For thousands of years across numerous Chinese dynasties and even more numerous invaders, attempts were made to plug up this gap with fortifications and walls that over time eventually evolved into what we know today as the Great Wall of China. The other weak point in China's armor was much smaller and located across a tiny strip of land here known as the He Corridor. This is an extremely narrow stretch of land through the western wastelands that's fairly easy to traverse across because it's relatively flat and dotted by oases throughout, which pretty much acted almost like ancient gas stations for travelers and invaders alike who were moving across it. Flanked by mountains to the north and south and surrounded by some of the world's most inhospitable environments, the corridor acts like a natural pass that leads for nearly 1,000 kilometers directly from China's rich core central plain straight to the Tarim Basin and Central Asia in the west. For millennia, steppe nomads from Central Asia could use the He Corridor almost like a funnel or a highway to rapidly transport themselves and their horse armies directly into the core open plain of central Chinese civilization, which gave Chinese states a difficult conundrum. Was it cheaper to bribe the nomads to halt their raids, or to lead military campaigns into the west to stop them? During the Tang dynasty of the 7th century, they decided that military campaigns were cheaper, and through numerous invasions and conquests, expanded Tang Chinese dominion across the corridor and deep into the Tarim Basin, with the objectives of subduing and neutralizing the nomads, and of securing the vital Silk Road trade route. Along with being a highway for invaders across both directions, the He Corridor served as a vital transportation route for trade caravans and merchants, and was the most important trade route in northwest China. Across this route, traders were linked directly between the rich industrial and agricultural heartland of China and the Islamic civilizations of Central and Western Asia, which from there linked directly to the civilizations of Europe. Trade across the corridor made China rich, while bandit raids upon it from the surrounding wastelands interrupted that wealth. And so, in order to ensure that the trade continued to flow reliably and to halt the incursions of nomads, China steadily expanded her dominion across it and towards the west. It also doesn't hurt that today, the area around the Tarim Basin is pretty rich with oil. Throughout the 80s and 90s, the China National Petroleum Corporation discovered 26 oil and gas-bearing structures across the basin that are estimated to contain approximately 16 billion tons of oil and gas reserves. Today, the basin supplies more than a fifth of China's oil supply and is by far the most significant energy base that China possesses. So those are the many reasons why, over the past many thousands of years, Chinese civilization has come to expand from her cradle in the east across the more inhospitable wastelands of the west. But there's another factor that the Hu Line divides China by: ethnicity. Overall, China is largely very ethnically homogenous, with more than 92% of the population being Han Chinese. However, nearly the entirety of the Han Chinese population lives to the east of the Hu Line, while the vast majority of the remaining 8% that make up China's various ethnic minorities live to the west of the line, largely in the wastelands, including the Tibetans in the southwest and the Uyghurs around the Tarim Basin in the northwest. GDP per capita is 15% lower on average to the west of the line amongst China's ethnic minorities than it is to the more industrialized east among the ethnic Han. These are largely the reasons why all of China simply consists of a single gigantic time zone, the single widest and largest in the world, which dictates that the time from Manchuria to the border of Afghanistan is all one and the same. Because, to Beijing, the 1.3 billion ethnic Han Chinese, who largely live across the same natural time zone in the industrialized East, are more important than the 84 million mostly non-Han Chinese who live across the sparse and wider West. All of this, however, poses a serious internal problem for the Chinese state to cope with. Since they are culturally and economically separated from the East, and even separated by literal time, the Tibetans and the Uyghurs have each sustained widespread opposition to China's centralized authority back in the East. And China often responds to this opposition with harsh and heavy repression. For thousands of years, China has enacted its own version of westward expansion and manifest destiny across the central highlands and deserts of Asia. And now, in the modern age, millions of Han are moving from the east and settling the west across the Hu Line. In the name of economic development, China is aiming to finally develop its western half with the aid of modern technology. But there are extensive fears among the Tibetans, the Uyghurs, and others that their ancient ways of life and even their very cultures are being bulldozed over in the same name of this development. In the end, how much of Western China's culture and diversity will be sacrificed in the age-old thousands years quest of finally developing the West? Nobody knows, and almost nobody has high hopes. Last year, around when COVID was just beginning, I decided to stop ordering takeout. I was the kind of person who was just so busy that I ordered food almost every single day. But eventually, I realized just how expensive and unhealthy this was. But since I was still tight on time, I wanted a relatively easy way to make dinner at the end of the day that wasn't just the same old frozen pizza or chicken nuggets. And so I found HelloFresh. I've now been using them for about a year and a half, and I even have the dozens and dozens of recipe cards here to prove it. But if you don't know what they are, HelloFresh sends you a box each week with all the fresh ingredients you need to make the meals you selected the previous week. And it all comes in the exact right quantities, which cuts down both on prep and shopping time by quite a lot. That way, you go straight to cooking, like I did with this creamy spinach ravioli, which is one of my favorite meals of theirs. It also turns out that HelloFresh is a more sustainable meals option, since research has found that their carbon footprint is 25% lower than meals from grocery store ingredients. Partially since it cuts down on food waste by only sending you the exact quantities that you need. Also, getting all these options means that I tend to try types of food that I wouldn't normally. In fact, they offer so many different and genuinely great vegetarian options that I've been able to easily adapt to a vegetarian-only diet for the past couple of months. But regardless if that's what you want to try or not, HelloFresh is a great way to increase variety at dinner time. Best of all though, when you click the button that's on your screen right now and visit HelloFresh.com and use the code RealLifeLore14, you'll get 14 meals for free, including free shipping, and you'll also be greatly supporting Real Life Lore while you're at it. It's such a huge win-win, so please do check them out, and as always, thank you for watching.
Every few years, a game comes along that changes the industry, and Genshin Impact is one of those games. Not many people had heard of miHoYo before September 2020. The Chinese game studio was founded in 2012 by 3 students at university. It now has over 2,400 employees, making miHoYo quite possibly the fastest growing game developer in the world. Their recent hit title, Genshin Impact, has received attention for many reasons, one of which is its record-breaking revenue, with mobile income alone surpassing $1 billion in just 6 months, making it the quickest game in history to reach this milestone, and this figure doesn't include revenue generated on PC or PlayStation. And there are other reasons this game could be considered historically significant, from the unprecedented level of global reach it's had for a game made in China, to its technological achievements on mobile systems, or even the specifics of its monetization methods. You could argue that anyone with an interest in the gaming industry should probably have at least some understanding of Genshin Impact and why it's been so successful. And I have an interest in the gaming industry. And yet when Genshin Impact came out, I didn't play it. I didn't even look at it. Really, I tried not to even acknowledge its existence because I knew, without playing, looking, or acknowledging, that I didn't like this game. This was not because of its anime aesthetic. I'm not the biggest fan of anime, but I'm not the smallest fan either, and some of my favourite pieces of media are anime. It also wasn't because Genshin Impact was Chinese. I don't have a problem with Chinese games, and some of my favourite games that I've played this year have been Chinese. And it wasn't even because of its reputation as a Zelda clone. I like Breath of the Wild. I might like more Breath of the Wild, and some of my closest friends are in fact clones. No, there was just one reason I didn't like this game. One word which carried such dire implications in my mind that the mere invocation of it was the only thing I needed to know. I wanted to stay far, far away. Gacha. Not gotcha. I hear people say it that way sometimes, quite often actually, and that's wrong. It's gacha, derived from the Japanese toy dispensing vending machines gachapon, where you exchange money for a capsule that may or may not contain what you actually want. It's actually an onomatopoeia describing the two sound effects involved, where gacha is the sound of the vending machine handle turning, and pon is the sound of dreams breaking in young children. When it came to the video games, they just got rid of the pon part though. Better optics that way. If there's one thing everyone loves, it's monetization. Once upon a time, people used to just buy complete games. They'd walk into a shop, make a one-time payment and get a complete product, no strings attached. Luckily, those dark days are behind us, and now such primitive upfront transactions are on the decline. Welcome to the new age of monetization. We have it all. Loot boxes, paywalls, subscriptions, in-game advertisements, take your pick. Or don't, we don't care, we'll force it on you anyway. You can pay to win, pay to play, pay to display, and pay to make those goddamn fucking pop-up ads go away. We got in-game stores and out-of-game DLC, pre-order bonuses and post-purchase handicaps, cosmetics and conveniences, characters and customization, daily limits, monthly subs, seasonal passes, yearly events. It's never been easier to get rid of all that annoying, unwanted money. Really, we've got everything. Well, almost everything. The only thing that's missing is some way to make people sign over the entirety of their worthless lives. But how? How do we do this? By George, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Okay, video game monetization is a subject where there is a risk in being over the top in your Nostradamus-like proclamations of the end times, but there's also a risk in being the opposite. New and aggressive monetization methods haven't exactly ruined the fertile fields of the gaming landscape overnight, but there has been a slow creep of the intrusive and unwanted into the games of tomorrow, like the ever-advancing march of a plague-ridden tortoise. There are reasons to believe this slope may be slippery. I mean, what's acceptable today wasn't acceptable in the past, and there's a monetary incentive for companies to keep pulling on the udders of their audiences to squeeze out as much milk as they possibly can, short of forcing players to migrate to greener pastures. But at the same time, games themselves have changed. Traditional monetization methods aren't always the best fit for every type of game. Audiences do retain some power through purchasing, and reasonably priced gaming experiences haven't just went the way of the dinosaurs. We're in a world where people do have a choice, and at some level, it makes sense to respect the choices of others and accept that people can spend their money on what they want. So, it's a complicated topic, but that doesn't mean there isn't a problem here. Ultimately, we must each ask ourselves what is and isn't acceptable, and then let our voices be heard through our actions. Which is easier said than done when the same companies that want your money will also try to influence what you consider acceptable. So, to have any real hope of resisting a worse future, lines must be drawn somewhere. And a day did come where upon the sandy beaches of my mind, I drew that line and drew it well. And on the unacceptable side of that line was gacha. All of it. But what is gacha? Why is gacha? How is gacha? And where is gacha? There's no who is gacha, that would be ridiculous, but these other questions are important. I have a problem here though, which is that I don't know who you are. You could be anyone. I mean, you look like a Blue Yeti microphone, but you're probably a person, and people have different levels of familiarity with the gacha genre, amongst other topics this video will touch on. So I'll try to keep this explanation brief, yet informative. Gacha, not gotcha, is a genre of games that grew in popularity over the last decade, particularly in Asian markets. They're usually free-to-play mobile games, and the already explained name is no coincidence, as while the gameplay of gacha games varies greatly, the unifying quality is the gambling-like method of monetization through which players acquire in-game characters and items. This activity, usually referred to as pulling or rolling, involves exchanging an in-game currency that can be purchased with out-of-game currencies in order to gain random rewards. Imagine loot boxes, and that's pretty much it. But the difference between the loot boxes of the West and gacha is that in gacha, the entire game is designed around this loot box-like element. This is usually done through large casts of likeable characters that players want to acquire, alongside a heavy focus on progression to make your characters, items and time spent with the game have a greater sense of value. They're basically great big ever-updating progression treadmills in much the same way that MMOs often are, except without some of the catch-up mechanics. So gacha games can create a sense that you need to keep up, which you do through grinding and daily activities, but rolling for more characters might not hurt either. Gacha games are strongly associated with anime, and it's often anime girls that people are rolling for, with many popular anime having accompanying gacha games, but it's not a genre exclusively about anime characters. Raid Shadow Legends is a gacha game, which might explain how they're able to fund their widespread content creator harassment campaign, but there are also gacha games for many big franchises, including Star Wars, Marvel, Disney, and others. And plenty of video game franchises have got in on the action too. I mean, Final Fantasy has had 4 different gacha games. How that happened, I don't know, but I do know why. Money. And they do bring home the bacon, with some of the big boys pulling in over $1 billion revenue per year, and there are quite a few boys these days. It's a bit of a sausage fest. The metaphor, that is, the games are kind of the opposite. It's a growing genre, and for people who partake in the gacha way of life, it can be serious business. By which I mean, it can be fucking expensive. A few years ago, the Wall Street Journal ran a piece on a guy who spent $70,000 on Fate Grand Order. And while such ground-shakingly exorbitant figures are a rarity, meeting people who have spent $1,000 or $2 on a particular game is more common than you might imagine. It's also common, at least from my personal experience, for those same people who spend a few $1,000s to possibly be in denial that spending such a large sum on a free mobile game might be considered excessive. £1,000, that's nothing, they say. You should see what the whales spend, they say. I'm just a dolphin. My response to this has usually been to politely ask them to stop throwing aquatic mammal names at me and pay your fucking rent on time. I have since come to think of the whale as a mythical animal existing in the minds of gacha spenders to provide dogmatic justification that no matter how much a person might spend, at least there is some sea creature out there who is apparently spending more, so I guess that makes whatever you spend okay. It's like in Star Wars, there's always a bigger fish in the sea, at least in your mind there is. Yes, the relationship between man and his gacha is a strange thing to behold. People love these games. They also hate them. Sometimes they love them while hating them. Sometimes they make love to them while hating them, although we don't need to talk about that. What we do need to talk about is the most valuable thing of all. Time. You could play a gacha game successfully without spending a penny, and people do, but you can't get very far in one of these games without some serious time investment. As I said previously, the core of these games is usually progression, and it doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the morning when you log in to do your dailies. And if people can spend thousands of dollars in these virtual anime girl menageries, they can likewise spend thousands of hours. Gacha can be a commitment. You may be wondering why people play these games if there are all these downsides. Well, there are 5 unique reasons, as identified by me, and we'll get to most of them later. Something that isn't one of these reasons, however, is gameplay. People do enjoy the gameplay of their favourite gacha game, but through extensive research I have concluded that this is not one of the main draws to the genre. My reasoning for this is that other games offer more or better gameplay for less time or money, and that the core gameplay of many gacha titles is very repetitive. And some gacha games just don't really have gameplay, as is the case with something like Uma Musume, which is currently the most popular gacha game in Japan, and is just about training horse girls. This might seem a little weird, but you have to understand the Japanese actually take their horse racing very seriously. Horse racing has a long tradition in Japan, and it's a culture where respect and tradition are a really big deal. The horse girls also sing and dance. Okay, point is, it's not about the gameplay, even though there usually is gameplay. The gameplay is just what ties the experience together. So, in summary, gacha, not gotcha, and not necessarily a good life decision. It's like gambling, except without the possibility of winning money. Or, when you consider the time requirements, it's like a second job, except instead of making money while you do it, you lose money. So I guess maybe it's more like a way of life, except a bad one. At least, that's how it seems from the outside. Gacha seems less like a game genre and more like an addiction, a hobby offering danger, excitement, and cute collectible anime girls that can also bring ruin, pain, and suffering. It's like alcohol, cigarettes, or slot machines for a younger, more anime girl-obsessed generation, and this appeal might be difficult to understand, but it clearly exists regardless. Actually, it reminds me of the way in which MMOs were talked about during the peak of their popularity. Welcome to Azeroth. Quit your job, fail your degree, and future-proof your virginity. You'll love every second. And that comparison of gacha to MMOs runs deep, but it's worth pointing out that the fear-mongering of MMOs as this new life-destroying gaming obsession did prove in most cases to be somewhat hyperbolic. As for where Genshin Impact fits with all this, well, this is a gacha game, and it might be the most successful one ever made. Only time will tell, but that's not the only thing that makes Genshin unique. You see, gacha was a mobile genre, and mobile games had a history of predatory and intrusive monetization methods long before gacha cemented itself as a thing. But Genshin Impact isn't exclusively a mobile game, and its focus on open world gameplay is a radical departure from the largely menu-based gacha tradition. And so, Genshin Impact is an answer to the question of what happens if you take the wildly financially successful gacha model and combine it with a more conventional big budget, highly polished single player experience. And the loudest answer to that question is, you make money. Which means more games may well be motivated to follow in its wake. Genshin Impact is an intrepid explorer, forging a path into gaming lands previously untouched to set down the colonizing flag of its uniquely addictive monetization, and others will probably take notice. And that's why I wanted nothing to do with this game. It was an invader, and when its success leads others to follow suit, I was worried the land I cared for might be changed for the worse. And I would have had nothing to do with this game until 6 months ago when I decided I wanted to create a deep dive into the Chinese gaming industry, and so I began that journey with some preliminary research involving playing some of the most important Chinese games ever made, the first of which was Genshin Impact. As a long-time hater of gacha, who had no actual first-hand experience with the genre but did have a maybe surprising amount of negative second-hand experience, I went into this game not only expecting to dislike it, but also with a desire to use my time with this game to confirm to myself all the negative stereotypes I had about the genre. I wanted to prove to myself that gacha is evil, and I was going to do that with Genshin Impact. That didn't happen though. Genshin Impact doesn't start strong. The opening cutscene might impress in terms of animation, but the narrative hook it presents feels weak. In the past, your character had travelled to different worlds alongside your twin, until one day an unknown god showed up to abduct your twin, leaving you stranded in the land of Teyvat. You then awake many years later and set off to search for your twin with your newfound companion Paimon, a small floating child creature you apparently fished out of the sea one time. Paimon is, in many ways, the real main character of this story. I mean, you are a mostly silent protagonist, and Paimon is going to accompany you every step of your journey, guiding you in the direction the writers want you to follow. Really, she is the true heart and soul of this narrative, there to inject personality and humour into the frequent long stretches of dialogue with her jovial naivety, and my god, does it hurt me to listen to this character in English.
What kind of treasure is it? Gold? Or better yet, gems?
Hearing her speak makes me feel like I am doing something wrong by playing this game. It makes me want to look around my room every 5 minutes to confirm I'm actually alone, because I feel worried one of my parents will walk in and be disappointed in me. And I haven't lived with my parents for over 10 years. So I changed the language to Japanese and never looked back, until I came to make this video where I replayed the first 10 hours of the game and was reminded of just how much pain this voice causes me. Over my many hours with this game, I have come to thoroughly like this creature, in much the same way that one might like a slightly annoying pet. Yes, they're not the exact creature I would have chosen if I was given a choice, but as long as they don't urinate on the carpet or bite small children, I'm more than happy to look after them and show them affection, while I convince myself and others around me that their annoyingness actually just gives them more character. This would not have been possible if I hadn't changed the language, however. Maybe this is a problem with me more than Genshin Impact, I don't know. I don't understand the science of why changing the language from English to Japanese eliminates the emotion of cringe for some people, and if this
Paimon will take you to the animal god's place first, and there's the reason why.
doesn't make you cringe, then I respect and admire your mental fortitude.
Thank you.
But I still feel this creature should come with some kind of warning. Once you escape the first few conversations, however, it doesn't take long to be enveloped in the blissful vistas of Genshin's open world, which frequently looks phenomenal. From the appealing colour palette to the seemingly limitless draw distance that's always reminding you of all the exciting places you have yet to explore, this world is able to make you want to spend time in it through visual design alone. But it has more to offer than visuals. In fact, this virtual space is so densely packed with chests, collectibles, and other things to uncover that even a short walk across its landscapes can lead you to making so many discoveries that it can feel a bit like you're injecting an illegal quantity of dopamine straight
Until
into
you
your
find
bloodstream.
everything.
The world unravels before you like a never-ending breadcrumb trail of shiny things to interact with, where you can always see at least one more objective to head to from any given location. A lot of these objectives are connected to simple puzzles or combat encounters that rarely challenge, but still provide a surprising amount of satisfaction, which is probably because even without a great degree of challenge, the player still feels like they're always interacting with the world around them in some way. In many open world games, the world itself acts as a container for the activities, missions, or quests that the game revolves around, but in Genshin Impact, the world isn't just a space to do fun things in, the world itself is the fun thing. The experience is about exploration, and the many chests and puzzles this world is packed with are just there to be a reward for that exploration. And it works. Curiosity is rewarded. Moving from one place to another will have you constantly scanning your surroundings, always being invested in what might be around you, and while the simple challenges and hidden secrets fall short of being truly mentally taxing, they still force regular engagement. If you see something floating in the sky, you'll have to work out how to actually reach it. Head to one chest instead of another and you'll find yourself plotting a mental map of the many places you need to return to get everything, and the first time you solve each of the many different environmental interactions and secrets provide bite-sized eureka moments that leave you feeling smugly satisfied at your intellect, regardless of whether or not they actually require that much intellect, because hey, at least you worked it out for yourself. And if finding one thing is easy, finding everything isn't. And so, in much the same way that a collectathon works by giving you lots of easy things to find that come together to create a more challenging optional objective of finding everything, for those who enjoy exploring the world, there is a challenging end goal made possible but not easy by craftable items that help you track down those last remaining items. But keep exploring and the puzzles do become more complicated, the chests more spread out, and the environment more hazardous, and yet the pinball-like motion of bouncing from one objective to the next remains an enjoyable activity for hours and hours. I've explored the entire base game plus all content added since release, and I still want more. I feel like I might always want more, and even more surprisingly, when I started to replay this game again for this video, during which I was exploring places I had already explored before, while knowing that all progress I was making was entirely meaningless, even then I still found the core activity of exploring the world and collecting its treasure thoroughly enjoyable and felt an urge to keep going even when it came time to say goodbye. This is very impressive to me, and I can't think of any other game that offers a similar experience. Well, except for one, I guess. Before its release, Genshin Impact was dubbed a Breath of the Wild clone, and in its early days it probably got considerably more criticism for this quality than anything to do with gacha or monetization. China does have a history of playing fast and loose with intellectual property laws, maybe because for years China just didn't care about intellectual property laws, but regardless, there are reasons to be skeptical of this sort of thing, and there are some obvious similarities between the two titles, with the most apparent being the stamina system used to sprint, climb, swim, and glide. Breath of the Wild stamina system is great. It takes simple traversal-related activities and adds a small layer of player involvement to turn something that is usually automatic into something more engaging. When you climb, you aren't just pushing forward on an analog stick and waiting. Instead, you're actively managing your stamina meter, looking ahead to judge distances and making decisions based on your surroundings. And Genshin Impact copies this system almost one for one. But I don't see that as a problem. Good gameplay systems should be copied, and there's more to both of these games than a stamina meter. There are a few other similarities. The worst to me is how similar Genshin's Hilichurls are to Breath of the Wild's Bokoblins. It's not grounds for a lawsuit or anything, but it does feel creatively bankrupt. Still, that's one small part of two very large games, and the list of ways in which these games are different is almost endless. And some of the other similarities people have pointed out feel like a stretch. Like, yeah, both games do have green grass and blue skies, but so does something else. The Windows XP wallpaper. All these games ripping this off is frankly outrageous, but that's hardly Genshin Impact's fault. Both games do focus on exploration though, and both also make the world itself and the way you traverse and interact with it the main focus of that exploration, but if anything, this kind of exploration-based experience almost feels like it could be its own genre. What I'm saying is, I want more games like this, not less, and despite the focus on exploration, there are still ways these games do exploration differently. Like how Breath of the Wild is a deeply intrinsically driven experience, whereas Genshin Impact is almost as densely packed with progression systems as its world is with chests. Really, Breath of the Wild is a great game, and it makes sense that parts of its design would influence future games, and while the influence it's had on Genshin Impact does seem clear, after spending a lot of time with this game, it's impossible for me not to see Genshin as wholly its own thing. So, when it comes to similarities with Zelda, it doesn't seem like a problem to me, but there are other problems, some of which come from the progression-packed, extrinsically driven design. Like how there are so many currencies, items, and unlockables in this game that it can frequently feel overwhelming, and the early game is absolutely choked with pop-ups, tutorial menus, and little red exclamation marks telling you to check something in this particular menu that seem to always start reappearing the instant you get rid of them all. Even the extra rewards get annoying, as your early hours are a frenzy of achievements, adventure ranks, and handbook rewards that end up acting a bit like mini barriers standing in the way of actually playing the game. This is made worse by the way that none of the many different currencies and items you pick up have any meaning to you early on, except possibly Primogens, because for the others you won't have interacted much with the actual progression systems they're used in. Someone watching me play in my early days expressed shock that I was leaving behind items dropped by monsters. I have enough goblin droppings, I said. Why would I need to waste time picking up even more? With the knowledge I have now, I understand this person's shock, and on my personal list of the most ignorant things I have ever said in my entire life, I rank my disregard of goblin droppings as a solid 4th highest of all time. That's pretty high. Eventually, the way in which almost every item in this world plays at least some role in your future progression is something that could be considered a positive, at least to the right kind of player, but the way the game handles this certainly doesn't benefit the early game experience. In your blissfully ignorant early game adventures, you'll also start getting to grips with the combat. Genshin Impact has a similar battle system to many other action JRPGs, except where most games have the player controlling a single character with AI-controlled teammates, Genshin instead allows you to directly control all 4 of your party members, which you do by quick swapping between them with only one character on the battlefield at a time. With only one attack, one skill, and one ultimate ability per character, plus a universal dodge, each avatar can feel simplistic to control when considered as a single entity, but it's through your ability to freely swap between characters that combat is given depth, as you're forced to manage multiple cooldowns while setting up synergies between characters. This mostly happens through the elemental system. Every character belongs to one of 6 elements: fire, water, ice, electric, rock, and wind, plus an unreleased 7th element, but we don't talk about that. Never talk about that. Character special attacks will apply an elemental status to enemies on hit, which produces an elemental interaction when the next element is applied. These elemental interactions are generally what you'd expect, and most just boil down to first element plus second element equals more damage, except for water and ice, which freezes enemies, and rock and anything, which gives you a shield. Elemental interactions also apply to the environment, and can be applied to you too by enemies, as you'll quickly be reminded every time you come into contact with ice and water at the same time. The elemental system isn't deep, but combining elemental statuses feels satisfying and basically means every single character in the game can perform some kind of combo with every other character. Making these combos produce large numbers through specific elemental interactions, alongside specific character skills and builds, is really where combat comes into its own, but you probably won't realise this until much later. Still, the novelty of elemental interactions alongside solid animations and visuals means killing enemies is enjoyable enough that the interruption to exploration it creates feels easily forgivable. More so than the story, at least. Genshin's narrative is frequently slow-paced with long stretches of dialogue, often involving unimportant NPCs who have a tendency to give out unimportant tasks, and foolishly, there's also no way for players to skip entire conversations. In the first multi-hour chapter, you're introduced to Mondstadt, the City of Freedom, which is having trouble with a misunderstood dragon. Here, you start to befriend Genshin's large cast of characters, but it's not until the introduction of Venti that the story starts to find its footing. This carefree bard is soon revealed to be the 1,000-year-old god of wind that everyone here supposedly worships, although no one actually realises this, even after he tells them. Venti is a reluctant deity who seems to care little for the duties of divinity. Instead, his interests are more focused on music and alcohol, which he has trouble getting his hands on due to his youthful appearance. His outwardly free-spirited playfulness is tempered with occasional moments of introspective wisdom, and his similar status of outsider to Mondstadt makes his newfound friendship with the player's character feel easy to believe in. If any of that sounds a little anime, well, it is, and that's as much a positive as negative. Still, moments with Venti succeed where other early quests and plotlines might not, because Venti brings personality, and it's in this type of character-focused moment where Genshin Impact's narrative is at its best. That said, the overarching plotline of the dragon does feel rather uninspired, but there's more to Genshin Impact than story, characters, combat, or even exploration, as I eventually found out. The world isn't a great place. I mean, I'm sorry if you like it here, but it's true. There are problems, and I think we all know this. Still, it's not just the world, it's us too. I'm sure we're all doing our best, but clearly we make mistakes, or maybe our best just isn't good enough. What I'm saying is that things could be better, and yeah, they could be worse, but they could be better. And you could make something better, if you had that power. There's a genre of anime called isekai. The word translates to another world, which describes what happens to the protagonists in these stories, and this is a genre that's grown to be massively popular over the last 10 years. But isekai is more than a genre of anime, people just don't always realise it. I mean, 3 of the most important pieces of fantasy fiction ever created, Alice in Wonderland, The Chronicles of Narnia, and The Wizard of Oz, are classic isekai stories. Games have their fair share of isekai narratives too, including, but not limited to, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, Ni no Kuni, the entire Digimon series, and in many ways, Pokemon. And I don't just mean the Mystery Dungeon series, which is literally an isekai, but also the mainline games, which are thematically isekais. It's just instead of being physically transported into another world, the main characters just come of age and are given a Pokemon, which becomes a thematic portal into another world, and the adventure then plays out exactly according to classic isekai tradition. The question of why isekai anime has become quite so popular is a mystery to some people, because this is a genre that quickly became saturated, and because their unfamiliarity with their new surroundings is relatable to the audience, and can be an easy way to set up comedy or drama. A bit like how amnesia is a narratively useful trope for storytellers. But really, I think the appeal of isekai runs deeper. These stories are often power fantasies, with relatable, easy to self-insert into main characters, which, when combined with their settings, make them almost unrivaled as a form of escapism. One of the reasons fantasy is so effective as a genre is because it transports us to other worlds more interesting than our own, but isekais take this thematically appealing idea and then render it more directly, while often creating worlds and scenarios that play into our real-life fantasies of being important, living out adventure, and having multiple cute anime girls fall in love with you. Isekai anime took the dreams of anime watchers and then allowed for deliberately relatable anime protagonists to live them out on screen. I feel I should point out here, for anyone not familiar with the genre, that most of the protagonists in these shows are super powerful in these worlds as a direct result of their real-world elite gamer skills. Hopefully that speaks for itself. I've long believed that this is the reason Pokemon is the largest franchise in the world. It's not because of story, gameplay, graphics, or monetization. It's because the concept behind this franchise has such deep appeal at allowing people to step into another world that people want to step into, that this concept alone can sell the exact same game to the exact same people again and again, while maintaining their complete satisfaction. For years, I have thought that Pokemon is the almost objectively correct answer to the common hypothetical of, if you could live in any video game world, which would it be? And that this is what has driven its continuous astronomical levels of success. But I'm not so sure the answer to that hypothetical is as clear-cut anymore. What I'm saying with this dangerously lengthy off-topic tangent is that Genshin Impact is an isekai game, and that I think it might be one of the greatest isekai games ever made. Genshin released with two large regions, Mondstadt and Liyue. If Mondstadt is an idyllic fantasy take on a quaint medieval Europe, complete with timber-framed buildings, knightly orders and aristocratic nobility, Liyue would be the idyllic fantasy take on a proud medieval China. Funnily enough, I didn't even know Liyue existed when I started this game. What trailers and footage I had seen had focused exclusively on Mondstadt, and my discovery of another entire landmass to explore was a very welcome one, but it was within this new region that the entire Genshin experience finally started to connect to me beyond just offering enjoyment through exploring. Liyue is better than Mondstadt in every meaningful way. The story still suffers from slow pacing, with unimportant NPCs giving out unimportant tasks, but the city of Liyue has a much stronger sense of culture. The story here has a heavy focus on the Chinese concepts of guanqi, meaning relations between people, particularly those relating to business, and renqin, which are acts of kindness, honour, or duty. This is exemplified by the region's deity, Rex Lapis, the god of contracts and money, whose mysterious death after a prosperous 1,000-year reign has now plunged the city into political turmoil, and you really get a sense of this region's more unique and original culture through this story. Some parts still drag, but overall it's a step up from what comes before it. And the environmental exploration makes even bigger improvements, in part because of a slight decrease in density and increase in complexity of the many findable things, but also because the environments themselves are just more interesting. Golden trees, azure waters, and towering stone pillars litter the Liyue landscapes, offering breathtaking views aplenty. But it was when I first scaled the Qinyuan peaks that I realised that this world, and this game, has a quality much greater than the sum of its parts. It was here, as I sat amongst the clouds just listening to the soundtrack while the sun welcomed a new day, that this quality really became clear to me. There is one word that I think accurately describes Genshin Impact's world. Idyllic. Fair warning, I'm about to use this word many times in the rest of this section. I might even use the word idyllicism. That's not actually a word, but I'll probably use it anyway, because my god does this game just exude absolute pure idyllicism. You hear it in the soundtrack, see it in the landscapes, and feel it in the character interactions, and it's with you everywhere you go. It's in the precise hues of the colour palette, the reward-filled expanse of the overworld, the specific flavours of seasonal events, and the smaller details like how you receive letters on each character's birthday, where they tell you how much you mean to them. You may not have seen these characters in months, but it doesn't matter. Your friendship is as strong as ever, and it always will be. They love you. They'll always love you. I don't know how much objective value this feeling of idyllicism has. I don't know how you could compare it to more commonly compared attributes like narrative or gameplay. I do know that whenever I hear the music for this particular region, I'm struck by a strong sense of nostalgia. A lot of video game music fills me with nostalgia, but it's always music that I first heard years ago, the music from my childhood. I first explored Liyue a few months ago, and I already feel deeply nostalgic for that time. There have been days where, after logging into this game for mechanical or progression-related reasons, that I delayed the act of logging off, out of a desire to spend a few more minutes with this world. With lunch breaks almost over, real-life workloads mounting, and all the many pressures of life weighing heavy on my shoulders, I have cherished the serene beauty of this world and let its relaxing atmosphere flow through me. Genshin Impact can be as idyllic as any game I have ever experienced, and that means something. At least it did to me. And it's through this clear desire to create the ideal that the story finally starts to make sense. Like with many isekai and many games, there is a power fantasy dynamic to your character's relationship with this world. Where other characters in Genshin Impact have one or no elemental affinities, you have the potential to have many. Your main objective of finding your missing twin becomes an excuse to travel the world, befriending its inhabitants along the way as you fix the world's biggest problems. You are restoring these places to the idyllic way they were always meant to be, and the characters you meet quickly become your friends and confide in you their dreams and desires with the absolute sincerity that only an anime character can truly possess. Ayaka recently told me that she's never had any real friends, due to the pressure of a highborn life imposed upon her from an early age, leaving her distant from family and peers. I told her I would be her friend. She responded by saying this. This couldn't happen in real life. It would be, at best, incredibly awkward, and at worst, worse. But in Genshin Impact, it isn't. It feels natural because the entire game is this sincere, and all these characters are similarly idealized. Later that day, I went to a festival with Ayaka, which revealed how important she is to the people of Inazuma, even if she hadn't realized this until now. At the end of this, she told me she wanted to go to a festival again. I told her I did too. Then we talked about our families, and she danced for me beneath the moonlit sky. She told me she would always be there for me.
友人として私があなたを見守り支えます。はい、 ただけて安心しました。
Except that's a lie. You won't be there for me because I haven't actually paid to unlock you. And that's the problem with the idyllic. It never fucking lasts. I once asked a Discord server full of what can only be described as gacha enthusiasts why they like these games so much. The first and most common answer was one word: waifus. Waifu is a term so common in the internet lexicon of today that I'm not sure I need to explain it. But while I and others may know what waifus are, I've never been quite as sure why waifus are. For long have I pondered this question. I feel intrinsically that of all the questions of the universe, this is one that truly matters. To this end, I have done what all great minds do when faced with a question to which they know not the answer. I tried to see if anyone else had a good answer I could borrow. So I searched in academic journals, but alas, my search proved not to be a fruitful one. I checked Google Scholar, but did not find any results. I even went back to basics, starting where all should start when chasing life's greatest mysteries, but this time the Greeks did not have the answer. Clearly, academics, scientists, philosophers, and other great minds are just as lost about this phenomenon as I am. All I can conclude is that maybe the simplest answer is the best one. That people just like characters, and you can take away the anime veneer and that phenomenon doesn't go away. Fan fiction, cosplay, mascots, comfort characters, celebrity worship, the entire way we choose to present most fictional stories, our like for characters can be seen everywhere in our lives. Waifu is just the natural human enjoyment of characters in anime form, with a heavy side of self-aware, often self-deprecating irony from a community that has found pleasure in embracing the over-the-top nature of their enjoyment of a character, so as to be able to express that enjoyment openly while partaking in a community-based meta-humour surrounding the situation. And when considered that way, it doesn't sound weird at all. At least no more weird than most things that have grown from internet subcultures. I don't have a waifu. I've never had a waifu, but my channel icon is a picture of the magnificent Porco Rosso from the Magnificent Porco Rosso. There's no real reason for this. There is no connection between this character and my channel. There's no meaning I'm trying to signify. Actually, I deliberately chose this image because it's not very clear what it is. I wanted to have Porco Rosso as my channel icon without people necessarily realizing that's what it is, precisely because I didn't want to give this decision more meaning than I meant it to have. Really, I just like this character. Maybe Porco Rosso is my waifu. And I don't even like pigs, or anthropomorphized characters, or Italians. That's not true. I have nothing against pigs. I mean, they taste delicious. But while I don't feel a need to own a Porco Rosso Dakimakura that I take out to dinner every Sunday, I do like this character. We all like certain characters. It's human. It was probably hardwired into our brains over the course of our evolution to prevent us from going extinct. Some of us like characters in real life too. We call them friends. We form attachments to people, whether they're fictional or not, and certain characteristics might make us form stronger attachments, like whether their personalities display idealized virtues, or whether we find them cute. And there's nothing wrong with any of this, it's just a part of the human condition. So perhaps it was only a matter of time until something came along to prey on this through direct monetization that combines our human love of characters with addictive luck-based gambling. Here's how that works in Genshin Impact. This is a free-to-play game. There is a currency called Primogems. This is awarded to players for exploring the world, completing quests, and participating in events, among other things. You can also buy Primogems with money, either through a reasonably priced monthly pass, called the Blessing of the Welkin Moon, or just directly, which happens to be less reasonably priced. Primogems are used to roll for characters. In game, this is called wishing, and in other gacha games, this is sometimes called pulling or summoning, but it's always a similar activity. Each wish has a chance to give a weapon or character. In Genshin, this can be 3-star, 4-star or 5-star, with higher being better. As this is a Chinese game, it means that by law, the exact probability of what you can get has to be included in game for people to see. And from this, we know that each wish has a base rate of 0.6% to be a 5-star and 5.1% for a 4-star, with every other wish being a 3-star weapon, which can just be considered unimportant trash. In addition to the base rate, there is a pity system, which means that after a certain number of wishes without winning a higher rate item, the probability will increase until it's 100%. This means that because of pity, you are guaranteed at least one 4-star every 10 wishes and one 5-star every 90 wishes, and this means the average probability of receiving a 4-star each wish ends up being 13%, with 5 stars being 1.6%. This comes to an average of one 5-star every 62.5 wishes, and I'm sorry if this seems like a lot of information to take in, but we are far from done. Each wish costs 160 Primogems. Therefore, the average cost in Primogems for one 4-star is 1,230.77, and for a 5-star, it's 10,000. The monthly pass costs $5 and gives 3,000 Primogems, spread out over 30 days. Through this, we could propose a Primogem value per dollar, which would be 600, meaning the average cost per 4-star is $2, and per 5-star it's $16.7. However, and there will be many howevers, so prepare yourself. However, the monthly pass gives a set amount of Primogems, and you can only buy one pass per month. If you wanted more Primogems, you'd need to buy them directly, where the exact cost can vary, and there are first-time buyer bonuses, but excluding the first-time bonus, the best rate would be $100 for 8,080 Primogems. This gives us a Primogem per dollar value of 80.8, which is considerably less than 600. Our average cost per 4-star with this value is $15.2, and per 5-star is $123.8. So these are our average costs. However, these are the costs per 4 or 5-star, not the cost of specific 4 or 5 stars. So, how do you get a specific character in Genshin Impact? Well, there are 3 different banners you can wish on: a standard banner, a featured weapon banner, and a featured character banner. The standard banner is always the same and contains every 4-star, but only 6 5-star characters out of a total of 16, and that total is increasing with each update. For these other 5-star characters, they appear one at a time on the featured character banner. Whenever you get a character on the featured banner, it has a 50% chance to be the featured character, although anytime you don't get a featured character on that banner, the rate of getting the featured character will increase to 100%, meaning next time it's guaranteed. This means the exact chance to get a featured character in a sample size greater than 1 is... I have no idea. I tried to find out, I really did. All I wanted to know was the average price per specific character after the first 50-50. So I tried to work it out and got lost, and then I started writing down lots of A's and B's where A is success to try to find a pattern. It looked like this, and I got nowhere. I just don't understand this type of probability. I can't find the way to get the number I need. So this is me giving up. Writing this right now is my official surrender. If you are an expert on conditional probability, please send help. I need it on the 31st of July at 7:21 PM. Obviously you would need a time machine, but I'm assuming if you understand this shit, the time machine won't be a problem. Let's just move on and know that however disappointed you are in me, I am more disappointed in myself. But I blame Gacha for my failing. Trying to work out the average cost of a common scenario doesn't make sense to me, and I tried more than I'd like to admit to try to force this to make sense. However, this failure says something. It says understanding the costs involved in this system is too fucking complicated for a normal person. However, we're still not done, because even with the added unknown cost to get a specific 5-star rather than just any 5-star, the costs can still potentially be higher because of constellations. Constellations are small bonuses for each character that are unlocked by getting duplicate versions of that character. There are a total of 6 constellations per character, so you need to get a character 7 times to get everything. Weapons have a similar system, by the way, and it's kind of worse. Anyway, right here is where I wanted to multiply my average cost per specific character by 7 to make a really shockingly large number. I can't do that though, so instead here is a calculation by YouTuber 1010, who wrote a script to do the calculations for him that sure looks pretty legit. And he makes the Primogen cost for a 6 constellation 5-star to be 117,120, which comes to about $1,460 using the most likely payment method. New 5-star characters release at a rate of 1 or 2 every 6 weeks, which would mean about 13 characters per year, so there'd be a yearly cost of around $18,890 to get every new 5-star character with all constellations, and that's without even considering weapons. Hopefully, this is a number that speaks for itself. Gacha, bad. The end. Except it's not. There are many things to say about this system, far too many for me to be able to realistically say them all, so now instead of trying to give exact figures and explain every system as I go, I'll instead transition to speaking in generalities and skip into conclusions. You can play Genshin Impact without spending a penny, and the experience is still very good. You get 6 4-star characters for free early on, not including your main character, and you'll get many others very quickly by just playing the game. You only need a party of 4, so you will still get plenty of choice, and in time you'll also get some 5-stars. I haven't spent any money whatsoever on wishes, and I have 5 5-stars, 3 characters and 2 weapons, plus enough currency saved up to get around 2 more when I spend it. And I have never received a 5-star outside of pity, meaning this is with below average luck. I've been playing this game for around 5 months, so I've received over 1 5-star per month, and while that rate will decrease now I've completed all quests and exploration, it won't decrease by that much if I kept playing due to dailies, events and new content. So even as free to play, you'll get plenty of characters, including 5-stars. The actual difference between a 5-star and a 4-star character is also not that large, and constellations are even less important. There is no reason why you actually need 5-star characters to enjoy this game, or beat all content, let alone specific 5 stars, and you in no way need every 5-star or any constellations. Of course, spending money would make the game easier, but not by a large amount, and if you did ever find the game too hard, you can, at any time, decrease the world difficulty level, which is akin to turning the difficulty down 1 notch, and that problem would then be solved. There's only one piece of content in this game that could be considered genuinely difficult, and could make people feel like they need to spend money for gameplay related reasons, and that's the Spiral Abyss. We'll talk about that later, but for now, just know that it's not really that important. However, people do spend money on characters regardless of whether they need to, and some people will spend a lot, in part because the act of rolling for characters is fun. Gambling is fun, and rolling for characters is basically gambling. Gambling is bad in much the same way that alcohol is bad, which is to say that it can sometimes be incredibly destructive, or just slightly destructive, but it doesn't have to be, and many people enjoy it anyway. I'm not going to argue the morality of gambling, but just like with loot boxes in Western games, it feels important to at least call it what it is, and if you are someone with an addictive personality or just poor financial control, you really may want to simply avoid Genshin and every other gacha game for this reason. Still, I wouldn't actually consider Genshin Impact pay to win, because there's no way to win. There is no competitive side to this game, no PvP, no real multiplayer, no leaderboards. At best, you are paying to make the game slightly easier, but I imagine most people who spend money in this game are doing it simply because they want to own certain characters. This makes sense. We are a species that likes characters, and if you like one of these characters and like the game, you probably want to own that character in-game. If you don't carefully budget the Primogems you get for free, your only option here may be spending real-life money or missing out, as character banners only run for a limited amount of time, adding a further level of exclusivity that adds more pressure on players and their wallets. The important thing to understand about this system of monetization is that it is designed to prey on people, just probably not you. And I say that for purely statistical reasons. Because many free-to-play monetization methods are designed around the principle that it's more effective to convince a small number of people to spend a large amount of money than it is to make many people spend a little bit of money. I.e., if only 1% of the player base spends money on your game, that can be better than having 100% of people spend money, as long as the 1% spend enough. Genshin Impact is no exception in this regard, and this is where those aquatic mammals mentioned earlier come in. The constellation system, which rewards you for getting the same character multiple times, can be outrageously expensive. A system like this is clear whale bait. It exists to be ignored by the majority of players while convincing the big spenders to spend big. Nobody needs constellations for 5-star characters, but some people will want them, and that's all it takes. And even if you ignore constellations, some people will still want more characters than they can afford, and then there are also the specific quirks of the weapon banner, and so there are ways this game has been designed to be convincing when it comes to persuading players to part with their money. I mean, the fact that some things, like 5-star constellations, are so expensive is probably also designed to make other things look reasonably priced by comparison. This is probably why the monthly pass is so much better value than buying Primogems up front, because some people will buy Primogems regardless of how bad value they are, while others will then feel like they're getting a good deal by comparison for sticking to the reasonably priced monthly pass. And it's also why there are so many different currencies in this game. It's to obscure the actual monetary value involved. It's all one big cleverly designed system built for making money, and the data shows it works. There are different ways you can respond to this. You might say people should be free to spend their money on whatever they want because it's their money and what they do with it is up to them. And it is true that people should be responsible for their own money, but that doesn't mean a system that preys on people's irresponsibility is good. You might also say, what's the problem with tricking the rich to spend lots of money? I mean, in a way, isn't this just making the rich fund the game for those less well off? But it's naive to believe that everyone who spends large amounts of money on gacha is rich. I don't have any evidence I can show you to prove this, but I can assure you it's not the case, and there are at least some people spending money they don't have on these types of games. Then there are the ways in which the gacha system negatively impacts the rest of the experience. The most obvious of which is that it limits the amount of characters you get, and in general, more characters should mean more fun, while also restricting which characters you can get due to limited duration banners. The second most obvious thing is that failing to win characters based on random chance can be disappointing. This isn't a huge problem in Genshin Impact due to the pity system, but the 50-50 chance to get the featured character can lead to disappointment and frustration. Beyond these two reasons, the gacha system can also lead to annoying time gating for progression systems, and it means that characters joining your party often makes little sense narratively, as by rolling you end up with characters who you've never even met joining you, which is rather immersion breaking when you do meet them 20 hours later. But it wasn't any of these reasons why I most disliked the gacha system. For me, the biggest problem was how it clashed with the thing I loved the most, the idyllicism, and yes, I am still using this made up word, because it doesn't feel made up to me. When Ayaka danced for me in the moonlight, I felt the hairs on my arm stand up slightly. As the culmination to this character's questline, it was a moving moment, but immediately afterwards I thought to myself how clearly this questline has been designed to try to part players from their money by making people want to roll for this new character. And so all the emotion this questline carried was tainted by a vague sense of manipulation. Genshin Impact can be so idyllic, and I love that quality, but gacha is anything but, in the same way that no one would call a slot machine idyllic, no matter how fun you might find it to be. And there are few things more cynical and anti-idyllic than preying on people's love for characters to maximise profits. So, I wouldn't exactly say I'm a fan of gacha, but before I played this game, gacha was something I genuinely hated, and that, at least, has changed. Gacha has its problems, and a lot of them are quite obvious, but through playing this game I realised that this type of monetization isn't as one-sided as I once thought. So, let me present the other side of the argument. In the West, we pay for games up front, it's how it's always been, but in China that isn't the case. Years of restrictive legislation meant gaming consoles were banned for years, and so free-to-play games became the norm, and it's a norm certain people like. The Western way isn't better just because that's what we're more used to, and there's an inclusivity to free-to-play games that can often be undervalued. Some people can't afford $60 or $70 for a new game, particularly in a country with high wealth inequality, and it's easy for people in the West to forget just how high this value can be to others who might be less fortunate. Free-to-play doesn't exclude these people, and in free-to-play models, what you pay really is a choice. I mean, if you don't enjoy the game, there's no reason to pay anything. In this system, no one can be misled by deceptive marketing or hype into buying a product that doesn't live up to players' expectations. Instead, you play the game first and then decide whether you want to financially support it based on your experience with it. I still prefer to pay upfront for a video game, it's what I'm used to, but I don't think the situation is black and white, and how a monetization system is handled seems far more important than what type of monetization system it is. And as for gacha itself, sure, it does involve a system that's basically gambling, but this isn't exclusive to gacha. Loot boxes are the same, but so are opening packs of cards in something like Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, or Pokemon. When I was young, I opened many a pack of Pokemon cards, and it's the same thing. There's even whale bait by way of shiny cards. You don't need them, but people sure wanted them, and they don't exist to improve the game, they exist to make you want to spend more money by tapping into the value of exclusivity while delivering extra dopamine when opening packs. And Pokemon cards are aimed directly at children, even if they were co-opted by YouTubers with too much money on their hands many years later. Anyway, if gacha is a type of gambling, then this isn't something unique to gacha. In fact, even outside of loot boxes and card games, many games deliberately utilize the dopamine rush that comes from getting lucky to make an experience that's more addictive. This is a large part of the appeal of loot-based games like Diablo and World of Warcraft, but it's also a part of games like Team Fortress and Counter-Strike, where luck-based items can even have real monetary value. And if gacha is gambling, it is at least a less extreme form than traditional gambling because there's no potential to win money, which is what creates situations where people who have lost money have a greater incentive to keep going to try to win back their losses. This is one of the main things that makes gambling dangerous and leads people to being addicted, and this at least doesn't happen in Genshin Impact or other gacha games. Then there are the positive qualities of gacha itself, because whether you like it or not, this genre is popular with many people, and it's not because their entire player bases are compromised of gambling addicts and innocent fools brainwashed by cute anime girls. Of course, there are positive qualities of these games that can be found in many games, including story, character designs, music, and gameplay, but there are things the gacha system creates which aren't common in other games, such as the sense of progression, the sense of value, and the community. The very first character I received from rolling in Genshin Impact was Bennett. A more experienced Genshin player was watching over my shoulder as this happened, and immediately told me this character, the first I'd got, the only non-free-to-play character I had, was terrible. Worst character in the game may have been a phrase that was used, but Bennett was my character. I resolved then to spite this person and the gacha gods by using Bennett for the rest of my Genshin Impact playing life. Worst character, you say? That just means he is the best at being bad. To this day, I have used many characters, and the exact lineups of my party has changed like the weather, but Bennett has never been removed. He is the one constant, the only constant, in my time with this game. And the greatest part of all was Bennett is not the worst character in the game. That was a lie, told to try to take advantage of my then ignorance to trick me into thinking I'd been unlucky. Bennett is actually amazing. He brings lots of healing, plus a noticeable damage boost through his ultimate, and the way his healing scales means you can still build for damage without sacrificing much healing. And his fire affinity makes him fit into almost any party effortlessly. He basically has it all. Well, except for an interesting story. Actually, he doesn't even have a real story, he's not important enough. He also has a rather boring character design. Kind of an annoying personality too, now that I think about it, but none of that ever mattered to me. Bennett was my character, and that was all it took to make him the best character. Sorry, Ayaka, you can dance all night long. My loyalty will always be with my boy, Ben. I have a certain level of attachment to most of the characters I use, and it's because characters are not given freely that I have come to appreciate them. I never would have formed an attachment to Bennett if he was just one of many characters I had available shortly after starting the game. But it's not just attachment that this acquisition method creates. My most played single-player game in the last couple years is Slay the Spire. It's a roguelite deck-building card game that's heavily skill-based, but the skill involved isn't really about the core gameplay. Most battles are quite straightforward. Instead, the skill comes from a series of small choices you make about which card to add to your deck after each fight. You need to understand the inherent value of cards to add the best ones, but even more than that, you need to understand the specific value these cards have relative to your current situation. In a traditional card game, you can build an exact deck where you choose every card in it and everything perfectly synergizes together, but you can never do this in Slay the Spire. Instead, every single run is about learning to make do with what you're given, and that's why this game is so fun despite its relatively simple gameplay and structure. Slay the Spire was not a game I expected Genshin Impact to remind me of, but it did. Gacha games are a bit like a really ridiculously long single run in a roguelike game, and if you don't learn to make do with what you're given, you won't be as successful. If there is one important skill in Genshin Impact, it's not anything to do with combat. Sure, combat does have some skill-based factors, particularly with knowing enemy attacks and avoiding them, and understanding and executing specific combos, but if you want skill-based action gameplay, you should look elsewhere. Instead, the real skill of Genshin Impact is resource management. There are many progression systems and you're always limited in what you have, whether that's characters, weapons, gold, energy, or time. In the face of such regular limitations, you're forced to constantly prioritize. Do you want to level this character or that one? Will rolling for this new character help you out, or is it better to wait for the next one? Are those last few expensive levels you could increase actually worth it? Should you spend resin on talent or artifacts or something else? You can pay money to help with these limitations, which is particularly true in the case of a second monthly pass called the Battle Pass, which costs $10 for 6 weeks, and is another way this game tries to persuade you to spend money even when it's not actually needed. But no matter how much money you spend, you can never remove the limitations. In fact, the more characters you have, the harder it can be to level them up or make the right decisions, particularly if you're constantly getting new characters which are replacing old characters you have already invested resources into. In this way, paying money can actually put players at a disadvantage if you aren't skillful enough at resource management. You could even say Genshin Impact is pay to lose. Most people would think that's a stupid thing to say, but it's not stupid to me. It's like how the bigger your house is, the more expensive its upkeep becomes. Sometimes less is more. Roguelites get much of their enjoyment from creating variables outside the player's control that players are then forced to react to. Gacha games share this quality, and just as I received many hours of enjoyment from trying to make do with what I was given in Slay the Spire, so too did I take a certain level of enjoyment from deciding how best to spend my resources in Genshin Impact. By making the right decisions, I felt like I was mastering these progression systems, and this is something players have to work out for themselves. You can go look up guides online about which are the best characters or strongest parties, and there are many videos and tier lists that try to provide this information, but you can't just copy these guides because you won't have exactly what's needed to do so. Instead, you're basically forced to work with what you have. For example, I once got a 5-star bow from the standard banner. This could be considered lucky, but I considered it unlucky because it was my first 5-star and I wanted a character. Still, sometimes you have to make your own luck. So, in response, I made the first 5-star character I focused on rolling for a bow user. This character isn't considered very strong for a 5-star, but I had a good weapon for them, plus other characters leveled up who would synergize well with them, plus a need for a water affinity character. This is me saying I chose Tartaglia over Hu Tao, and I consider this the right decision. I did get a 5-star spear too, actually, and Hu Tao is considered one of the very best characters in the game, so maybe it actually wasn't the right decision, but it was the right decision at the time. And I would never want Hu Tao over Tartaglia because Tartaglia is mine and I care for my characters. Gacha can be fun for reasons that have nothing to do with the enjoyment of gambling. There is a skill involved in these gacha games that isn't seen in many others and isn't obvious to those who haven't spent an extended period of time with them. But that's not all. Because just as the variability of the genre can create interesting decisions, so too can it create a strong sense of community. As everyone's journey is slightly different, it makes people want to talk about their experiences and take an interest in other people's. People become invested in what characters other people get. Rolling for characters feels like an event, one that you want to share. And as progression is complicated and decisions related to it aren't obvious, it means knowledge from an experienced player can be invaluable, which provides a heavy incentive to talk to people about the game. And people do. In 2019, Fate Grand Order was the most talked about game on Twitter for the second year in a row, beating out games with much larger player bases like Minecraft or Fortnite. And since Genshin Impact released, it has taken that crown. These games have large active communities, and that sense of community elevates the experience. This might even be true for people who don't care about talking to others, because a strong community still has benefits, like how it leads to lots of content being created for these games. A lot of hentai. It means there is a lot of hentai for these games. At least that's what I've been told while researching this subject. And lastly, through the gacha system, these games are continually updated. This means not only is there a constant stream of new content with an ever-advancing story, but also that your time spent making progress in these games has a sense of long-term value. You aren't just grinding to get an item in a game that you'll complete in a few days and never play again. Everything you're doing instead has long-term benefit, providing you keep playing the game. I think this is one of the main reasons MMOs are popular. I've heard many MMO players say they can't enjoy single-player games anymore because single-player games feel pointless to them by comparison. Depending on your perspective, this might sound strange, but this attitude might be more common than you'd expect, and gacha games are another genre where this isn't the case, which usually also offer a lower barrier of entry than MMOs in terms of time required and intensity of gameplay. There is an audience for gacha games, and while it may not be you, that doesn't mean the reasons why people enjoy these games aren't valid for them. There may be victims from this system, but these games don't have entire player bases of victims. People who like these games aren't being psychologically held captive against their will, just waiting for a brave, valiant YouTuber to come along and reveal how evil this genre really is. Few things in life are that black and white, gacha included. So, where does this leave Genshin? Before playing Genshin Impact, I thought gacha was evil. Not in a despotic dictator committing war crimes kind of way, but in a casual, more insidious manner. I thought these games were a corrupting force within the industry that had the potential to cause great harm to their player bases, and Genshin Impact would be the worst of all in how it sought to bridge the gap towards traditional single-player games while exposing entirely new audiences to these corrupting practices. I don't believe this to be true anymore, however, and there should be an obvious lesson here, which is to be careful about what conclusions you draw about that which you don't really understand. Genshin Impact is a good game. It has some of the most enjoyable exploration I've ever experienced, and a sky-high level of polish that stretches across its many hours of game time. Its world is beautiful, and the idyllic atmosphere it creates is unrivaled. One of the most important questions I had when playing and then later evaluating this game was whether Genshin Impact would be a better game without the gacha elements. I've argued so far that gacha isn't black and white and that there are positives and negatives to this system, but yeah, no shit, there are always two sides to every story, and that doesn't mean one side isn't more correct. So, would Genshin Impact be a better game without the gacha? Well, yeah, there is at least the potential for the talent behind this game to have created something better if they didn't include any gacha elements. But it may not have been easy to do this without losing some of Genshin's positive qualities, and the game it would result in may not have been as enjoyable to the audience who currently enjoys it. And it wouldn't make as much money. And the subject of money does matter. miHoYo began as 3 students at university who just liked anime and games, and wanted to make their own. They now employ over 2,400 people. Their first title was a simple 2D one-button game, and each subsequent title has been more ambitious than the last. The money they've made through each game has clearly been reinvested in the company, which has resulted in more games. This is where Genshin Impact came from. It's how a game of this level of quality was made possible by a largely unknown developer, and the money Genshin Impact makes might be used to make something even better in the future. It may also be reinvested back into Genshin Impact itself to create more high quality content for this game's player base.
Copy on.
The most recent update is 2.0, which added the brand new region of Inazuma. It is fantastic, featuring some of the best open world content within the game and a much more engaging storyline than anything which preceded it. Inazuma has a different feeling than the last two regions. It's a storm in the night, dark and deadly, long stretches of somber rain that are interrupted by violent flashes of lightning. That sense of melancholy mixed with violence can be found in every part of this region's design. You feel it in the Civil War focused main story, in the surprisingly sad side quests, in the soundtrack, in the visuals of its environments that combine natural beauty with decay, and in the mechanical aspects of the exploration, where lightning acts as an unseen threat from the sky, and special zones damage you over time, forcing you to have to frequently find shelter. Even the weather here seems to be hunting you down, as if to tell you you're not welcome. Inazuma is a thematically cohesive experience that subverts the idyllicism of the rest of the game to create something new and dangerous. The main story also feels like it has finally matured. It still has the problem of too much time being wasted with uninteresting NPCs, particularly during its start, but after this you're introduced to the region's complicated political landscape, which the player is pulled into against their wishes, and before you know it, the story is moving along with real dramatic tension, until it just stops. Inazuma is not finished. There are more regions to be released, and its story is only half told. But so far, it's been a real improvement on the already good base game. There have been 7 major updates in the 10 or so months since Genshin Impact first released, which have continued the main story while adding 5 new areas to explore, with the next update promising another 2. Some players may still feel there should have been more content released for a game so wildly successful, but some players will always expect more, and what has been released has been high quality. I imagine Genshin will continue to be updated for a long time to come, and if this level of quality is maintained, it makes for another reason in the gacha system's favour. Money can be reinvested back into the game in a way that benefits all players. So, to draw any real conclusion about Genshin Impact, perhaps you have to admit that it will depend on the individual player. There are reasons someone might want to avoid this game. Some people don't wish to play games made in China due to the actions of the Chinese government. Some people don't want to play free-to-play games. Some people might just find anime tropes annoying. These are all valid reasons if that's your opinion. And there are, of course, people who, whether due to personal circumstances or individual psychology, are just more vulnerable to the negative aspects of this kind of monetization. And while I wouldn't suggest that such people shouldn't be free to do as they please with their money, it is important that all people are aware there is some level of risk here, as with other potentially dangerous things in life, like alcohol, unhealthy food, and other forms of gambling. And maybe this means there should be regulation for this type of game to make sure this risk is made clear for potential players, as we see with other potentially dangerous things. The irony here is that the people who are most vulnerable might be the same people who would most enjoy the game, up until the moment they don't. Gambling addicts start as people who enjoy gambling, and the more you like Genshin Impact, the more incentive you have to spend money on it. You also need to consider that for everything said in this video, I might be biased, because I am not that person. I don't have an addictive personality, I also don't enjoy gambling and never have, and I don't even enjoy collecting things. I much prefer to just appreciate what I have. I think I was like this even as a child. I remember I didn't want to collect all the Pokemon because why do I need them all when you only use 6? Collecting them for the sake of collecting them just seemed sad to 7-year-old me. I didn't want to trap these creatures in a pocket dimension of nothingness for eternity just to tick a box on a Pokédex. I guess this opinion on Pokemon wasn't normal for a child. If it was, they did not create a good slogan for that series. But if you wanted to catch them all, maybe you would have a different outlook on acquiring characters and spending money in Genshin Impact than I do. Still, the best way to think about Genshin Impact might be to think of it in terms of an investment. And this also brings me to the final and largest problem I have with this game. You could think of every game as an investment. You put in money and time and get out enjoyment. As you probably don't enjoy every game you play, some games will be bad investments, but where other games might ask for $60 and 15 hours of your time, Genshin Impact is potentially a much larger investment, meaning if that investment does turn bad, your loss could be much greater. The real problem with Genshin Impact then is that players might not realize it's a bad investment until they're already heavily invested. If you spend $1,460 to get a 6 constellation 5-star character, it might be fun in the moment when you're rolling, and you might get some enjoyment from using this character in game. But how many people would actually get $1,460 worth of enjoyment? My guess is almost none, because no matter how rich you might be, there are surely better things to spend that money on. But the gacha system misleads people into not realizing that this is a bad investment until it's too late. You could think about many other things in life in this way too, and I don't just mean those that involve money. For example, if you eat a lot of unhealthy food, you might enjoy it in the moment, but maybe your short-term enjoyment isn't worth the long-term negative health consequences. That unhealthy food might end up being a bad investment, even though it seemed like a good investment at the time it was entering your mouth. This is spending money in gacha games, and that's why you have to diversify your assets, understand your risk tolerance, and not spend $1,460 on a character in a video game. The thing is, up until now, this video has been largely focused on Genshin Impact as a financial investment. Is the enjoyment you get from Genshin Impact worth the money you put into it? Well, the answer to that is, if you're free to play, then yes. If you're a whale, then no. And if you're someone in between, then it depends. Simple. Except there's a second cost you need to consider. Time. And it's for this reason that I don't think Genshin Impact is a truly great game as it is currently, even if you are okay with the gacha elements. The exploration in this game is amazing, the story can be enjoyable, and the progression involves interesting systems and decision making. But there's no point to it. If this game has an endgame, all it involves is logging in to do a few daily quests and spending a resource called resin, which is basically an energy system that is used to gather progression-related resources. This takes about 15 minutes per day. I timed it multiple times to check, and through this you gain primogems and resources to upgrade your characters, but there's no reason you need upgraded characters. There is one piece of what could be considered endgame content, which is Spiral Abyss. This is basically a gauntlet-based challenge dungeon requiring 2 full parties of characters. It involves defeating different groups of enemies, takes 1 to 2 hours, resets twice a month, and rewards up to 600 primogems. For those who don't remember, 600 primogems has a dollar value of 1 based on the Welcome Pass conversion rate and 7.4 otherwise, but even if you have a weak group of characters, you'll probably still be able to get many of those 600 primogems, just not all of them. In the Abyss, the exact enemies change slightly over time, and there are different buffs and debuffs each reset to add some variety, but this is the only piece of challenging content in the game, and while it's fun to do a few times to have some type of content that tests how good your party really is, the Spiral Abyss alone doesn't feel like anywhere close to enough content to justify the time you might spend grinding to improve your characters. Grinding itself can sometimes be enjoyable. It can be fun to make progress and get stronger, but only because we expect there to be a worthwhile destination at the end of that journey. And in Genshin Impact, there isn't. MMOs also ask players to invest large amounts of time, often split over several days, for the promise of some future reward. This is usually enjoyment from dungeons and raids or PvP, or just better items. Sometimes you hear that these games don't get good until endgame, and this is used to forgive a boring early game. But if you were to compare the endgame in Genshin Impact to the endgame in any MMO, then Genshin would seem incredibly lacking. And yet Genshin Impact still encourages you to log in every day to do your dailies and spend your resin doing repetitive tasks over and over again. After a while, this might not be enjoyable, and it therefore becomes a bad time investment. Even the grind itself has significant room for improvement. One of the most common things to spend resin on is domains, which give artifacts and items to upgrade talents and weapons. But every single time you do a certain domain, you fight the exact same waves of enemies. For the RNG based artifact system, you may end up doing a single domain 10, 20, 50 times even, and each time the gameplay will be exactly the same. At the very least, if miHoYo expected players to do this content multiple times, they could have added multiple variations for each domain, so you don't always fight the exact same enemies. They could also add a unique buff and debuff which changes each week, similar to how it is in the Abyss, that would hopefully add a little bit of strategy into how you approach this content. And this is just one of many ways the grind could be improved. But, as it is currently, it feels like almost nothing has been done to make the grind more interesting, and while this game has received plenty of content updates since release, this side has remained largely neglected the entire time. So, after you finish the story and exploration, grinding stops being an enjoyable part of Genshin Impact, and there's no reward for actually doing it by way of content outside of the Abyss, which isn't enough. But this may not be clear to people until you have already invested time into this side of the game, because the progression systems encourage you to keep improving your characters, and the energy system encourages you to use resin each day or risk losing it. You don't need to grind. New events, regions and story content will never be a high difficulty, at least they certainly haven't been so far, and if you do somehow fall behind, you can always lower the world level to accommodate this. But the game design encourages players to grind anyway, despite it not being enjoyable in the long run, probably because, just as with the gacha system, it makes more money to keep players logging in while trapping them in a never-ending progression treadmill that helps to make people feel like they need to play every day and get all the latest characters. As a single-player open-world game, Genshin Impact is great, but it's like there's a second half-finished game attached to it that tricks people into wasting their time, on top of the gacha system that tricks people into wasting their money. Which is why, despite in many ways loving this game, I am going to stop logging in outside of new events. Dailies and resin don't take up that much time, but doing them every day just isn't fun after a while. I know this. I've been here before in MMOs, and so I won't do it. I don't want to look back one day and regret wasting time on something that didn't matter and wasn't enjoyable. It's a bad time investment, and in the long run, forcing myself to stop doing this might actually be the best way to keep enjoying this game, which is something I do still intend to do. Because for all the problems mentioned in this video, all the potential negatives of the gacha system, and the pointlessness of the grind, I don't regret playing this game at all. At its very best, Genshin Impact is magical, and its promise of an idyllic world to escape into is unrivaled, even if that escape is, as always in life, only fleeting. Genshin Impact is sipping an ice-cold drink in the garden on a bright sunny day. It's the warm glow of the setting sun hovering over the city as you make your way home after work. It's the sound of birds singing outside your window on a Saturday morning as you spend an extra hour in bed. It's stopping to listen to the music that first time you climb above the clouds. And I don't mind overlooking all the negatives to keep enjoying that. Gacha is quite possibly bad for you, just like many things in life are. So enjoy responsibly and don't get tricked into bad investments, because there will always be things that try to trick you. Speaking of which, I have a Patreon. It may not provide very good returns if you donate to it, but it might at least be a better investment than a 6 constellation 5-star character in Genshin Impact. Other than that, if the Chinese gaming industry sounds interesting, then boy do I have a video for you. Regardless though, thank you for watching my video. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you will enjoy the next one too. Whatever and whenever that may be.
Oh, I think we're going to call it for today at 16 hours. Let's see who's online. Let's see who we can send you guys off to. Do we stick to the landscape category? Well, go read this person today. I haven't watched him in a while. So, I will see you guys later. Going to relax, fall asleep, and I'll be up for more streaming later on in the afternoon because it's already 5 a.m. So I'll be back in 8-9 hours for more streaming. So if you're there, hope you drop me a follow on here. Follow me on Twitter also to know when I'm live. And thank you again, Toxic, for rating me. Later, everyone.